sure. Are you sure, Ruby?
Maybe.
Potentially?
Why don't I see your tweet on my timeline? There it is.
There it is. Oh my god, look at you stalking my Twitter timeline. I can't
Because
believe
I'm promoting the stream.
me, small time streamer, WildSwine436, and being Twitter stalked by Ruby Pilot. That's the start of a Family Guy sketch.
Oh God, please don't talk about Family Guy.
Ruby, what would you look like if you were a Family Guy?
I would look like someone that kills you with bricks.
Not with your fists? You would specifically use a brick?
Yes, I would use bricks.
So that's your weapon of choice, huh?
Only against Family Guy. John Family.
John Family, not Peter Family?
John Family Guy.
His name is Yakuza 3! Speaking of, that came out, didn't it? The Like a Dragon Gaiden?
Did it? Shit, I don't fucking know.
I think it released like yesterday?
Fuck.
I saw one of the Dusk devs posting pictures of Kason.
Oh yeah, no, I remember seeing Case on. Yeah.
She finally got her dream to
She is
hypothetically bone cure you.
she is truly the like a dragon.
Her graduation only made her stronger.
What you mean? What graduation? What are you
Oh,
talking
sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. She's always been Kason. She's never gone by any other name ever.
Quick, here's knocking on his door.
If you never hear from me again, just know that I was taken down by the fucking mafia. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1, Genshin.
Oh, good. Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impacto.
No, it's Chinese, Quinn. It's Chinese.
Which should I choose?
It has a Japanese dub, surely.
It does. People like the Japanese dub a lot.
I was talking to my friend about the weird circumstances that led to where I am today right now. Just, like, imagine a couple of guys decide to make a parody of their favorite anime at the time, and that somehow leads to me freaking out and desperately rolling for this French woman.
It wasn't even a parody. It's just like, hey, we like fucking Evangelion. What if Evangelion had like 10 times more gay people in it?
No, I'm talking about how Furina's voiced by Amber Lee Connors.
Oh, right. I totally forgot about that.
Oh, I have to go back to prison. Alright, fine.
F.
Wait. This floor? Yes. I've learned how to read the
You've
map, Ruby.
learned.
I've learned.
You've learned.
I've learned. By God, I understand now. I understand maps. Yeah, honestly, good on Amber Lee Connors for going from doing a parody of Android 18 to this. The fuck?
This, yeah. I don't know if she gets royalties off the banner, but if she does, good on her. She's gonna make a lot of money very shortly.
If she does, one of the luckiest voice actresses in the world.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So wait, are we rolling before or after?
Oh, we're rolling right now. And also, apparently, I lied. It did not have as much points as I thought I did. It's okay. We can make up for this.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So, do we want to do
Did you buy everything from the store?
Not yet, because I don't have enough currency. But we'll get currency from doing
Yes,
rolls.
do these first. Do
Okay.
these first.
All right, let's see these basic bitch rolls.
How did you get so many? You
I
just
wouldn't
not been
worry
using
about it.
them?
I've been accumulating a lot, and this is the first
Okay.
time I did the battle pass fully, and I've been doing a lot of side questing. So,
Ah, okay. Yep, no, that would do it. That would do it. Let's go.
oh, woo, woo!
Whomst
Oh no, that's a fucking bad omen.
if
I wasted all
if
my
if
luck
you
in the first roll.
if you're lucky, it'll be like a weapon that you can like cast
No!
on. This is the worst omen possible. This is foul omen.
I blame Lock-On. Woo! I got Kiki
The,
spooked.
yeah, well, if it's your first one, then it doesn't feel as bad.
Yeah. Well, is she like just not a good character?
She is a raw healer. She's very good at healing and healing and healing and
Oh
healing
no.
and healing.
Oh no.
Very strong healer.
All right, let's do another 10. Please, God. Let it not be a foul omen. Okay, we can get this.
No, no.
Woo! Woo! What is this book?
Oh, that's a Witsith. That's very strong for DPS classes. You don't have any, but
Damn, if only I had a DPS person who used a book.
maybe did you get Risley? No, you didn't. No,
No,
wait,
I
you
did
have
not.
you have Nervalette,
Yes, I
but
do.
Nervalette doesn't like this.
Nervalette's using the prototype weapon.
Yeah, Nervalette's best in slot is that thing.
You know, unless you decide to go for his actual weapon. Who on
Die.
earth would do that? Anyway. Alright, we're throwing out the YOLOs.
It's time to pray. Start sending energy now, everyone.
Everyone, I beg you. Oh! Yo, what the
Really?
fuck?
Well, there you go. You got my. There's my girl.
That's such a fucking bad omen. I blew all my luck on the shit rolls.
It's Kaching from Kaching Main's fame.
Fiona, please, I beg you, funny hat lady. What? Oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Rage.
No! Oh, wait.
Rage. Hey, Charlotte, you got a new one. Nice.
Excellent.
Jeez, cryo healing.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Quit hyperventilating. It's okay. We'll just turbo through all of the story we've missed, and that
Give
should
me
get
the
you a
fail
bunch
woman.
of rolls if you need more.
Oh. I'm feeling the fear right now, Ruby. No, I have to believe. I have to hold strong to my heart that I'm gonna get her.
Believe, Quip.
Charlotte.
She's good. What's that?
Okay, okay, come on. Give me the croissant!
You must hold fast, Quip.
Beto!
No complaints there.
I like Beto. And I like Beto's Betos.
Hey, we can talk about that on Twitch.
Yeah, you can. I talked about worse.
First stream was rancid. That was worse.
No, I was talking about the
I don't
time
know
I
you-
got fucking a whole ass striptease on Metro. Hey, Asuna.
Hello, Asuna. Go explode. Go back to fucking
Golly!
asshole.
We got Green Amber.
Green Amber. Surely this is not an omen of things to come.
I only have one. I only have one tendril left.
Mods, kill this swine.
No! Oh God, that's such a fucking bad
It's
omen.
the bell.
No! Oh, hi, Kale, again.
Trying to open the shop and see how much dust we can buy.
Alright, so we do this one first, right?
Yep.
And I guess we could buy these two as well.
Yeah. It's yeah. No, Farina's banner ends before the month ends, so go nuts.
And now I can buy these.
Yes, you can only buy a few, but Godspeed.
I will be driven to madness, Ruby.
If you really want Farina before the banner ends, you might need to just start off-screening world quests.
Fuck.
But we'll see.
No, Ruby, this is the one. Shit, it's not the one.
How you doing today, Zan?
Oh, surviving.
Agony. Hey, it's a Beetle dupe. That's
There
my
you go,
Copo.
that's good. Oh yeah, Abyss is also up and event, so you can do those off stream. You've been doing Abyss, right?
I sure have. I sure.
I have any crystals
I sure
floating
have.
in my Genshin account.
Equip strongest Abyss.
Well, granted, I have Nervalette now, which means I could just fucking go ham.
You have been grinding in Everlet's materials, right?
I sure have. It's a fucking lot of them, but yes, I sure have.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll call him Nervalette. Sometimes it's
Monsieur
fast.
Nervalette.
Since the incident of Fortune Mary, whatever, you feel rested.
A little rest after breakfast.
What's
This
wrong
is
with
the life.
Monsieur Nervalette?
Monsieur Nervalette.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Monsieur, you're Nervalette.
I think if I ever tried imitating a French accent, I would, like, instinctually default to a Creole accent.
Oh, today's our big
God.
day. We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Oh yeah, we're still technically in prison. Send
Yep, we are escaping jail now.
send the language Melusines to arrest me.
I just am entertained
Freedom.
by the idea that you've been fucking around all everywhere else in Tibet, and you just now realize, oh, right.
I'm supposed to be in
Charge
jail.
Joke's on you, I want to hug a Melusine. I want them to be my friends.
They are very good friends.
She just added
Listen,
me
it
to a
was
cringe
a lot-
compilation.
It was a lot better when you realized that the Melusine isn't, say, psychopath. It's just awkward.
So I basically have all three of the characters advertised on that basic bitch banner.
Yeah, there you go. Kaching is very strong. Don't bother playing her.
Kaching is very strong, don't bother playing her, huh? Okay, cool.
Because
The threats of
that's
your
my
fate lie in my
domain.
hands.
Don't infringe on my fucking signature.
Well, my main is Nervalette. Nerdvalette. That said, just using it feels fucking amazing.
Oh, the beam?
Yes, I love
Yeah.
T-posing at my enemies and just obliterating them. It's...
Why are you playing Tainari then?
I don't have another setup.
Why not just play?
Just use this setup and replace Tainari, that's it?
I can just check what
Thank you
Nervalette's
for
best
permitting-
teams are.
no, inviting me to join you.
It's a combination of, I think, Fish will some other Electro, and I think what's his name, the Wind guy.
Yep. Literally any wind guy with the wind set. You don't have one, but that's fine.
Sad. Anyway, I'm gonna walk around as Neverland anyway.
Yeah.
Behold!
Kazaha, Venti, or Sucrose, yeah. You don't have any of those, that's fine.
That reception just did not... It just did not react to it at all.
No, unfazed.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Oh, that's probably a great sign.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Honestly, you should probably be surprised when you build an underwater prison and, like, it's so fucking huge, anything could hit it. I'm surprised this fucking ocean doesn't have a gigantic fucking species of whale. Wait, aside from the fucking dream
The
whale that...
child's whale.
Yes, that one. Aside from that one, you think they're like a
Whatever
natural
the
species of whales. Whatever the
Yeah.
fuck's going on with that whale is probably... It's some fucking intergalactic entity or some shit.
The whale dimension.
How the hell is it downloading 78 gigabytes?
Nicolette wants some shield sometimes. I've been getting by without it. Although,
Okay,
I'm having a good
I
time
see
with...
it's-
Go ahead, Rudy.
you can do a hyper bloom thing if you have any other Dendro character level.
If I have any other Nintendo character level. Time to pull out Kale.
Ah, good to see you two.
Yeah,
Is there something you
you
wish
have
to
it.
see
You
me
also
about?
have Dendro Traveler, who's very strong.
No, true.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
That seems really not better.
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs
I'm
underwater.
sure it's nothing.
Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
So the fortress
You don't
is
have
okay?
Nilo, so yeah, if you level Kale or Dendro Traveler, just slap him in, that would work
If you
fine.
recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Oh, we're not supposed to know what day it is, right? Because we've been in prison this entire time.
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Lore-wise, despite it being well over a month in the real life, it's only been like, I think it's been like 10 days.
Huh.
Yep, since
Actually,
the end of the last quest.
today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep, we're fully rehabilitated.
Yep. It's
We
you
will
two.
never commit another crime again.
Leaving now?
Curse Doomfie.
That's right.
Cursed
Today is our
Doomfie.
last day in
Cited.
prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Well, then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Nah, I'm not gonna miss seeing you. I'm sorry.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
No, Paimon's just bluffing.
After being down here
He's
for
very
so
intelligent.
long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's alright. I don't feel like walking with you right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria.
What's the problem,
here.
Quip?
The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Tell the class what's the problem.
The longer I'm in her presence, the worse the thoughts get.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervalet was the one who asked us to come here, we should
taking
probably
active
go report
psychic
to him
damage.
now. Next up, the
It's
Palais
mental
Harmonia.
bleed.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
Don't worry, she's not
I
playable
believe it
yet.
would be the polite thing to do.
Unfortunately, she has a vision, so it's all but inevitable.
You're right.
Yes.
I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these
The
days.
Umfi will be
Tell him that I
obtained.
hope he hasn't
It's
been
fine. She's
overwhelmed
not
by the
gonna
recent
spook you
string of
on a
troubles.
banner that you're trying to get something else.
I think she's gonna be a 4-star. That's just my guess.
You get 4-star vibes?
You're getting 4-star vibes from her. And she strikes me as the kind of character who's gonna have her own side episode, and it's gonna explain why she looks like that. And hopefully it's not the explanation we're all thinking it is.
I'm sure it's fine. You need to be more open-minded, Quip. People have many differences.
I'm gonna start that quest, and then she's gonna walk up to us, and she's gonna look us dead straight in front of the fucking camera. It's exactly what you think it is.
It's the only thing she says, and the quest just ends.
I bet that Fontaine is the Dwemmers from Elder Scrolls. I'm sorry, Lacan, but I have not played an Elder Scrolls game. I don't know what Dwemmers are.
Dwemmers are dwarves. They're duendes.
The Palais Harmonia
Duendes.
sure is buzzing with activity today.
Goofy spotted.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervulette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
It's almost like
There
the
she
French
go.
apocalypse is on the fucking verge of happening.
It's like things are bad right now. Quite possible.
Hello. You've come at the right
trick.
time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
This is the coolest dragon I've ever met.
You've met like 3.
And he's the coolest one.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with
Certified
your work?
member of our Hydra homies.
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
I recently saw how he swims.
Today should be the day you were
Oh,
released
yeah,
from the
isn't it
Fortress of
great?
Mirapede. And it appears
Here
that
you
you've
go.
managed to complete all the
There,
release
there you
paperwork.
go.
Fucking noodle man.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Nervulette everything that happened since the Primordial Sea incident, as well as your dream regarding
A
Child.
massive whale.
Do you have any idea
Unfortunately,
what that
Child exists.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Regrettably, Child is in fact Russian and not French, so he's not being dissolved by it.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how?
We all wish he would.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too.
Did you forget on the way? The fuck, Paimon?
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter.
Paimon is easily
In
distracted
fact,
by
that's
shiny
exactly
objects
what I
and
was busy
candy.
with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the
Bro, we
surface near
warped up
Poisson.
here.
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
Fucking drains are clogged.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Yeah, Spina de Rosilla's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
My god, a responsible government leader.
I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
The,
I'll meet you
the
there
second
to check
one
on the
we
situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a
Truly
plan.
fun.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
That's the real fantasy in this game.
Please be careful.
Yeah.
Eh. He says he can't actually go there, but I can take him there. Oh, that's not good. Oh, immediate cutscene, huh?
Oh no. What happened here?
The place looks like shit, so really nothing has changed.
Yay.
All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right?
Shit's
We need to
fucked.
make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
That would be the greatest bait and switch.
What do you mean?
Oh yeah, you see this character? She's got a vision and everything. She's totally playable. Nah, actually, we dissolved her. She's dead.
I mean, fucking Signora. People have been asking for Signora to
We
be
haven't
playable
seen
for
a
fucking
single soul
years.
all the way here.
She's a
This is
fucking
getting
pile of
scary.
ashes now.
Mecha Senora.
Mecha Signora.
We can rebuild her. We have the technology.
Roof over there.
What the fuck are you gonna rebuild her out of? She's been reduced to fucking space dust.
The dirt.
From a single cell.
Watch your balance. All right. Just hurry.
Scoop the dirt up in the dustpan. Just carefully.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree.
Oh,
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just
Things are not
hang in
good.
there. Help is on the way.
Very bad.
You can hold
Very
my hand if it makes you
ungood.
feel better.
you remember in FF14 when you had to pick up all your recruited comrades as corpses and all that shit? Those party members that, not even party members, those people that you recruited for all of like 20 minutes?
Yeah.
This feels about the same, which says more about FF14 14's AR writing than it does about Genshin.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there.
Yeah.
Navia, are you okay?
Look at her, looking as pristine as ever, despite this fucking disaster happening.
You're here.
Not even a speck of exhaustion or dirt on her.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes.
He's too busy
As you
being
can
tall
see,
and
the water
blonde.
levels suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
It's the power of her drills.
God.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
What's the highest height you've ever fallen from?
All right, you'll be in charge.
Tree. Just nothing special, just tree. Climbed the tree as a kid, fell off, ate shit. The usual.
Roughly 40 feet.
You ever
I'm
broken
sorry.
anything?
Where were we?
Nope.
Huh.
I'm happy that I haven't.
The situation in Poisson?
I've gotten a fracture once, but no, never like a break that required like a full cast, no.
Right. Allow me to explain.
I think, what is it, like 40 or 50 feet is when you, like, are actually at risk of breaking something?
A little earlier,
Sounds about right.
we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
That's gotta be one of the most horrifying ways to go, though, huh?
Those who
Oh
realized
yeah,
what was
just
happening started to
disintegrated
flee in a
into
panic,
liquid.
desperately trying to get to higher
And that's what
ground.
we've seen from that one
Many
guy
were
that got
injured
dissolved
in the
on stage. It's
stampede, and
incredibly
some-
painful.
Some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
So already, it feels like these are probably the highest the stakes have ever been.
No one knows if this could
Yeah,
happen
yeah,
again.
it's bad.
All we
I mean,
can do
last
for
time
now
the risk was
is
we
try
made a
our
god,
best to help
but,
evacuate
you know.
the residents. We still haven't completed the
In
head
our
count,
defense,
but
it was a pretty puny
we'll have
god.
some numbers soon.
It wasn't that impressive, was
Well, that was the climax. That wasn't the overall situation. The overall situation there was, at worst, a brink of civil war with whatever the fuck was going on with that Samsara. But even before that, I would still say that Inazuma probably had higher stakes simply because that literally was a civil war.
it? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
But here, this is, people are, it's not even a straight up disease, it's people are fucking dying instantly.
It was quite
Yeah,
frightening indeed.
you get touched, you just disintegrate.
I only wish that everything that just happened
Straight up.
was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
It's kind of a thing.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Oh god! Are Melis and Silver dead?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
F in the chat for the homies.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Key homies.
Navia walks around talking with many people and organizing various matters. Her decisions are clear and reasonable. Her face is marred by
The wounded are
doubt.
being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon,
This isn't Farina content.
you two accompany me to my father's grave for a
Literally
moment?
the first 30 minutes of the match It's been 30 minutes.
You need to understand, I just rolled 80 fucking times and not one of them was Farina. I want to die!
Also, yes, Quip,
Thank
you
you.
stay for Quip suffering because he did not get the gotcha.
I got like 3 5-star characters today, and
Good.
not one of them was Farina. Fuck me! Oh, you're kidding.
What's wrong?
I didn't have the waypoint for this place.
Oh.
I need you to know, if I'm unable to get Farina by the time her banner ends, I'm fucking switching to Honkai. Just fuck it.
God.
Fuck it. Why even bother continuing?
I will reping you when fucking Farina shows up on screen. How about that?
When Farina's off screen, everyone should be asking.
Where's Farina?
Not a lot of people here, huh?
There's no funny hat lady. This is just a bunch of dead people.
Well, given the time of day,
Au
and the
contraire,
situation
this is
in
just the
Plateau,
other funny hat lady.
Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting
If we go by
graves.
that definition, all of Fontaine is funny hat people.
That's
You are beginning to
how things are
understand.
now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
I think she's starting to get the stronger depression. There's no need to push yourself so hard.
Where's
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry,
We have to get
just-
through Navia's depression arc quickly. The people demand
Malus
kill
and
woman.
Silver. They won't
It is
ever come back
unfortunate
here again.
that you helped her and now she has the opportunity to break down.
I can't believe it. My good friends Melus and Silver are fucking dead.
I'll be real. I
should I
cared
do?
about them a lot more than I cared about fucking Tepe. That's for sure.
What you got against Tepe?
They were actually useful.
They were actually useful, and they had them as characters for more than 10 minutes.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still,
My biggest issue with
was the
fucking
one who
Tepe was you
initiated
knew him for 20 minutes, and then they expected you to be sad
they were
about him.
helping evacuate
At least
the
with
residents,
Malus, you've
but they
known
couldn't
Malus
leave
and
in
Silver
time,
since the fucking start of the Fontaine.
and they were caught in the seawater.
Fucking primordial seawater, almost as dangerous as drinking water in California.
What should we do?
I assume this is an American joke I do not comprehend.
Sorry, I should have said Michigan's drinking water.
I've known them for
That
so
doesn't
long.
help.
Drinking water in some states,
And I know they were afraid.
there's no filtration. You're basically drinking
Uh-oh.
sewage.
I
in
couldn't
some
leave
places.
Holt
Why
a
is
funeral for
that
my
a
father,
thing?
and I know where he rests.
Bad infrastructure.
But as for Malus and
Okay.
Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master
There it
Callus's
is.
grave.
That's the joke I failed to deliver. Fontaine is built directly over Flint's water supply. Thank you, Java.
I can understand. Besides,
Oh,
the scenery
right.
here
I
isn't half
remember
bad.
Flint now. God.
See, it's not just me. I
How's that
always
going?
want
Has
to
that
bring
been
something when I
improved
visit
any?
Papa.
Congratulations, Ruby. You
Perhaps
remember
we
Flint
might
more
even have
than
a
the United
picnic.
States government.
He wouldn't be.
And that
Oh,
answers your other
that's
question, Ruby.
How could Master
Ugh.
ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Every time I hear Malus talk, I just think, man, they actually got the fucking candlestick from Beauty and the Beast.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
I think that's the most fucked up part about them dying instantly, the way that they do. There's not even a body left to bury.
Hey,
Yeah, no,
stop
no
joking
closure, nothing.
around.
You just disintegrate.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously.
After death.
All right, but I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff.
Ah.
What do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
Is this revisiting those really uncomfortable memories you have after something traumatic happens in your life? The ones that are just like, oh, that's fucked up in hindsight.
But
Yeah,
here I
yeah.
am breaking that promise.
Well, this one isn't too bad in context.
I'm sorry for letting
It's
you
not
see
a
me in a
normal
mess like
conversation
this.
to have, but it's far from
I
like
don't
weird.
usually cry, really.
Oh, come on. We have conversations like this.
Doesn't know how to help you
I want to be
feel
a
better.
diamond and shot into space.
No, that's the
She
best thing.
understands how you feel.
It's either that or I
I'd
just
always
like
thought I
turn
could
into a
make my
tree.
wishes
I'm
come
cool with
true.
being a tree.
But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be
It's
accomplished
space,
with
time,
someone
and or
else's
tree,
help.
either or.
Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you. But, you know, only in so much as I want to get the ball rolling onto Furina. Where's Furina?
Thank
Where's
you.
Farina?
Right now, you don't know how much that means.
Baby names.
By the way,
You gotta.
you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
Half of those names aren't real.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking.
How dare you? They
Disgusting.
died.
They died. Quit.
We
I'm
lost
in
Malus
denial!
and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated.
You know what they say?
I
It-
understand,
there.
but Jeanville would have
The
told us that we have to
overall
carry on
outcome
for all of
indicates
us.
That the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
I'm out here comforting her with my words of empathy while dressed as a fucking stripper.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
You are a stripper, Quip.
I'll remember your words.
I'll strip them of their lives.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent
I
in
was
the time
just
since we
going
last
more
met.
along the lines of your,
Russian!
your dignity up for the entertainment of others anyway.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the
The
mission
closest
according
thing
to
this
your
game will ever
request.
have to a butch
All the
girl.
residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
There she is, the underground doctor.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There's no need to worry.
Not sure why the Genshin Wars 3 is in there. It's a reference to Sakura Wars.
Thank you very much.
Nerd.
Do you two know each other?
We just met recently.
Right, Miss Navia?
Usually,
The
I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
Let me counter by saying, Honkai enthusiast.
Thanks to the Knave, Spinator
Yeah,
received
fair
generous
enough.
support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
Already in the area, huh?
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand
Oh,
what I
come
mean.
on.
I apologize for all the ways in which
She's
I
not
tested you
inherently evil
previously.
just because
We've
she's
never worked with a Fatui
covered
before,
in black
and
and
it's extremely
Russian.
important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates
And
have reported
besides,
that
it's
Fatui
only
soldiers have
somewhat
been
likely
observing
she
water
caused
levels
this incident.
and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Those fucking irises are unfortunate.
As I've told this
Why?
traveler before, I know of the prophecy,
Or is it the pupils?
and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
It technically
Yeah.
would.
Are the X's her pupils?
Lending your
Yeah.
organization a hand was a natural first step in
How the
accomplishing
fuck does
Frank,
that work?
As such, do not be
Technically
troubled by this
speaking, she
token
would
of
be
our
seeing light
sincerity.
in a polarized
Perhaps
fashion.
one day, you'll also
Very
be able to help
cool.
me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
She must have extreme photosensitivity.
Furthermore, I
Probably
sincerely
something like
regret
that.
what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it
And
that
again,
way.
I don't think we
It's
know
like
a single
trying
character
to
with
relieve
normalized in
pain
this
by saying
universe, so
some
maybe this
noble-sounding words.
maybe the concept
But
just
right
passed
now,
us.
there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
Oh, Munich asked, is there any rap music in Genshin? Is that what I assume he was asking? Is there rap music in Genshin? I don't think so.
You're right. I'm sorry for your
No,
loss,
no, there
Miss
isn't.
Navia.
Oh wait, no, Huto tried.
Water is
She really
life to
tried.
Fontaine's people, and it also
She
spells
really
disaster.
tried.
It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate.
God bless her heart.
Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
She's going to Hotel Boof.
Boof you.
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both
Also,
signals.
tangentially, you have Zhongli's voice actor rapping in the new WarioWare. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I'm going to punch the translator's throat in. So, the time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed.
Yes,
Allow me to share
yes,
the latest
Clem.
intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's
It's
intelligence
the
network with you.
reference. Don't you like the reference?
I mean, when I get my hands on Final Fantasy XIV's translation team.
During some recent investigations,
I will destroy
a child
Koji Fox
claimed
with
to
my
have
bare
discovered
hands.
some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
Wait, Keith Silverstein raps in WarioWare? So we've truly gone from Tatsuya Suo making motorcycle noises to rapping in WarioWare.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be
he's the
related
fucking
to the prophecy
narrator
of the
in
coming
in the
crisis.
new
The
WarioWare.
situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious.
Incredible.
My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected
So yeah,
residents.
they were not here to help originally. They were here to check out the fucking ruins.
No shit.
Linny told
I mean,
me
she's
that
being
outside
honest
of
with
the
you. She's
house,
like, no, I
the
was
person they
obviously not
trust
here to fucking
most
help,
is you.
but since I was here, might as well.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Are you sure this will be okay? Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Didn't they just go through a whole arc of like, I don't want to work with you guys. You guys are Russian.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh!
It's fine now. Now we're cool.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
No, what she needs is to not think about the fact that everyone's fucking dead right now.
Well,
It's
I'm
fine.
sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
See?
A distraction to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the
Very
map.
thoughtful of you, Quest.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
The only thoughts I've been having for the past 2 minutes is how good the knave looks in that suit.
Oh yeah, it's a great suit.
More women should wear suits like that. I could never pull it off. Also, I'm getting distracted by the little shiny here. Come on.
Embrace shinies.
For some no! Okay. Okay. Alright, cool. What I was saying was, for some reason, the scrapyards here kind of remind me specifically of Treasure Planet, even though I should be thinking of Treasure Island.
That is strange.
It's the prevalence of metal.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, you're not thinking of timber, Age of Exploration ships. You're thinking of.
I'm thinking of iron steampunk-esque ships.
You're thinking
Yeah,
of
yeah, exactly.
Sails.
Since we're here, I'm gonna go pick up that waypoint, since apparently... I swear to God, I thought... Okay, it's this part of the map that I haven't fully explored, but...
You just never touched this. You just
Yeah.
never touched it.
Just never did. To be fair, there's a lot of other fucking side content in the other continents.
Yeah, no, it's almost like this video game's been out for like 4 or 5 years, and you are facing down literally like 500-hour plus of content.
If Treasure Planet as a movie has a color, it's brass. You know
Yeah,
what?
no, I'll agree with that. Yeah.
I
yeah.
actually got reminded. I learned of a new color today.
What
It's called
is it?
Osher.
I know, sure.
Ochre?
Ochre. It's
It's
ochre. I think it's ochre. Because it's spelled
the
in two different
color of
ways.
dirt. The color of dirt.
Is it the color of dirt?
That's
'Cause,
how
like,
I always internalized it. It looks like dirt to me.
From what I understand, it has it's a spectrum of colors of like. It could be like a
Yeah.
yellow, a brown, or a red, which I guess does
exactly.
apply to dirt, but I guess it
Yeah.
depends on the chemical constitution of the dirt.
The full scope of dirt.
Because like when I think of that color, I think it's like I think of it more of like a yellowish, but with like a red-brown tinge.
I'm going to turn you into dirt, Quip.
No, I'm gonna turn you into water, Ruby.
So, are these the ruins the Knave was
I'm not
talking
French.
about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
The part I'm concerned about is the giant wind tunnel.
Just be careful.
Sure, it's fine.
It literally looks like it's gonna suck me in.
It's the wind tunnel of dungeon entrances, Quip. You should be familiar with this by now.
Also, wait, hold on. Am I going with this party?
Before I was interrupted by my fire alarm.
Fuck.
Ochre is a natural pigment, so it had a wide range of colors that it could be.
I forgot I have Yao Yao. Anyway.
But it is literally pigment made out of clay.
Cool.
So it is, I was right. It's totally the color of dirt.
A straw?
Treasure Planet was a good movie.
Hell yeah, it was.
Too bad it fucking flopped, didn't it?
Yeah, real bad.
Real fucking bad. The curse of innovative Disney movies.
How dare you have vision?
It's not a curse, it was murder.
Oh, right.
Was
I
it
remember there's
box
some...
office assassination.
It was shitty executive meddling that happened.
Yeah, yeah. Tale as old as time, unfortunately.
Why the fuck are there hilichurls here?
Why wouldn't there be Quip?
Eat my fucking hydro pump, you bitch!
The tide's beckon.
Gee, Wild, I wonder why there would be Kandarians in ruins.
You mean Conrians?
Conrians, Kandarians.
Decided by destiny.
Look, I'm good with real words. You can handle the fake ones.
Alright.
That never gets old.
Like for sure.
Watch it. The floor here isn't safe.
Eat, sir. You
That-
swine.
Sound of Zan trying to strangle me through the PC.
That floor broke before I even kicked it.
Good.
Give me that treasure chest. Wait, it's fucking... Oh, hold on, does this work? No, it does not. No, it does. Okay. I thought, maybe I
You
could
do
just
not
Nervalette
fly.
T-pose my way over there.
He does not fly. He hovers.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
I'm pretty sure he can fly, but he chooses not to because it's undignified.
And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian
Nervalette
most
2 has
likely dissolve the moment
concerns
they
regarding
fell
the
in.
game balance.
You should go back to safety, Navia. I mean, if I jump in there and accidentally splash water on you, you could just straight up die.
Right. You can't go down if
You
there's
are
primordial
French and
seawater.
must be considerate of your
Dangerous,
condition.
and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
I need to be mindful of your disability.
Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
Just remember, everyone, it's all jokes. It's all just jokes. We love our French companions, regardless of how They might be.
Dissolvable they are?
You're
Yes.
I can't do anything in this
Soluble?
situation. I'll leave this to you.
Even if they react like potassium in water.
No, that's even worse.
And to be fair, they don't straight up explode. From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back. So, I hope none of this water drips on you.
Complicates things.
Try
Maybe
not
the
to
only
die.
way left is
Bring an
forward.
umbrella. Bring an
In that
umbrella.
case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
What's the safest place you can be then, Navia?
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Remember, everyone, the water is lava.
I mean, for you it's more like whiskey, but
Yeah.
No, for me, it's God, Viagra.
Hey, you said it.
That's
Oh,
what they
damn.
described it as, though, didn't they?
No, they said it gives you a buzz. Doesn't make your dick hard.
Oh,
don't know
I
where you
thought they
got
gave you
that from.
ecstasy.
That you just did that
What?
yourself.
What kind of ecstasy are you thinking of? Because
I don't-
ecstasy gives you whiskey dick.
Oh, it does? Oh, shit. Well, it goes to show how little drugs I take. I'm a good cookie.
Wait, there's something
You need to
wrong
get
with
more
this
drugs in
bridge.
you, bro.
Run for it!
I was like, why did the camera angle get weird? And then I realized it was a set piece.
I can't believe she fucking died. Why are we letting her fall behind?
She's walking on heels. This is literally what happens when you run on heels.
Yeah.
Wait, did I just talk? Holy shit,
Yeah.
that just means something important's about to happen.
Yeah, like Navia is about to fucking die.
It's simple, just recreate... Wait, no, that didn't work out for Spider-Man.
Where's Remy when you need him?
I'm glad Ruby understood what I was talking about.
Demoiselle.
I hope you die.
Navia, are you in hell?
Huh?
What is this?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Traveler voice jump scared. So true, bestie.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
They only bring it when something important's about to happen, so you understand.
Was I sleeping?
I'm 100% convinced that they keep the Traveler voice actors imprisoned in some kind of fucking dungeon somewhere until they go, look, guys, it's time for you to say something.
You mean Zach Aguilar?
They keep him in the same place they kept him for fucking Nier. Just
So this
some
is
deep
it.
dark pit.
Say the
Yes,
line,
it
Zach, and
would
it's
appear
like,
so.
with wind blade.
I must be tired.
See, you could tell it's a dream sequence because there's a color filter.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh,
I don't know if dream
right.
is the right
I
word.
nearly forgot.
The realm between consciousness and being water.
It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I?
Actually, there's an ad break playing right now, so I will take this
Yeah,
opportunity
I've been sitting
to talk
I've
about
been sitting here
something else.
staring at this ad for 2 minutes. It's a 3-minute long ad.
Sorry, it happens once in an hour.
Die.
The way I see it, I like having longer periods where there's no ads than having it be like every 30 minutes there's like another set of ads. The way it works, I don't know. But I am going to take this opportunity to talk about something that this reminds me of.
Mm-hmm.
I think I asked you this already, but have you ever played the Siren games?
No.
Okay, so I'll try not to spoil the second game, but there is a character in the second Siren game who Well, there's multiple characters, but we only see this happening to one of them because a lot of the folklore in Siren is based on Japanese myth and that kind of stuff.
Right.
And supernatural shit. So the ocean plays an important part in the lore of Siren 2 specifically. In that one of the characters, there's a scene of this character holding a kid and taking him to shore because they're running away from a angry mob. And she falls into the water as they're like, trying to wait out the night and hopefully they can sneak away. We're shown later in the game that kid was forced to see his older sister, who for plot reasons looks like his mom, dissolve in front of his eyes.
Ah, joy.
And that's actually why he becomes blind. There's a recurring thing with blind characters in the Siren games. In the first one, she's physically blind.
Oh, we're back from ad break, so hello everyone. We're talking about Siren now.
We're talking about Siren and Forbidden Siren, if you've ever played those games. So, in the first game, she's a physically blind girl. In the second game, it's a mentally traumatized dude who became blind because of what he saw. And the third game just repeats the first one. But the way it works is that they actually have access to the unique sight in that they can see through the eyes of other people around them. I think it's a really cool gimmick. In the first one, it's kind of just an annoying escort quest kind of thing, but in the second one, you see through your dog's eyes, and it lets you sneak around because you're playing as the blind person rather than guiding the blind person around you. It's cool.
Okay.
Anyway, back to
I can see that.
Back to the hellish dreamscape sequence.
This is a familiar.
I thought you were about to say the hellish dreamscape that is Genshin Impact.
Strange.
That works too.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
No, I'm fine.
My
I was
gens
just
are
trying to
shin.
recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
These names sound suspiciously familiar.
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here.
What could it
Miss
be?
Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Why did you say Mrs. Burnett's like that?
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
You know what this is reminding me of?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
When you go to the final world in the first Kingdom Hearts game, and you go through all the Disney worlds again, but they're all fucking empty, and it's just like this uncanny feeling.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what this is to me right now.
Huh? We do? Like what?
So here there won't be any fucking
Well, now,
Goofy.
did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to
Now
begin.
you're the Goofy, Quip.
My trial?
Oh, yuck.
Wait, why would I need
7
to go
out
to
of
the
10.
Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now. So
Look, no one can do it
we
like
should
the
get
original
going.
dude.
It's almost like he invented the voice or something.
All right then.
I mean, I say original, but I think there were maybe 2 people before him. I could be wrong though.
Think so? I'm not familiar. I'm not going to act like I know.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
I don't know the intricate Goofy
There
lore.
are a lot of people here to see the trial, and they all seem to be
Something's
oddly
up.
excited about something. I even know
Smell
some
a
of
rat.
these people.
Why did they give her the fucking Dead Space filter? What is this?
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry,
Uh-huh.
Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering!
Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Oh, is shit about to get fucking freaky?
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul.
What are you talking about,
in
Quip? This is a
Poisson.
perfectly normal trial.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
I'm not sure I like that phrasing.
We are one
What do
big
you mean?
family. All of us who are from
This
Poisson.
instrumentality is getting very
inextricably
aggressive
linked.
very quickly.
And with you being so important, we couldn't
I
possibly
don't
do
know what you're
without you.
talking about, Quip.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
I don't like that.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Oh, I don't like this.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Truly wonderful.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
They're trying to turn her into Tang.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof
They really
that she
can't help
identifies
themselves, but
herself
it's
as part of
fine.
any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
The only way this could be more blatant is if I somehow ended up on the beach and there's a giant face of Farina just staring up.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro.
Nothing about justice contradicts individuality.
Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this
Is it too late to decide that Fontaine really should burn down?
You are merely jealous
We
that Demoiselle
must
still has
end
a
the
chance
French
to
before it is
exist
too
as an
late.
individual.
Did you say French yet? You gotta say French so we can save the French fries and the French toast. Oh, man. Oh, I haven't had French toast in a while, actually. Damn, you're making me crave it now.
Have you forgotten how
Unfortunately,
much
we
you
have
all
concluded
once
the French
longed
must die.
To become individuals, to become independent.
For the sake of humanity.
I don't like this.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
It's fine.
Yeah, you're right. Fanta's like 2 degrees removed from Tang.
As you said,
I knew this
can
theater
also
felt
have
familiar.
our own
We've been in a
justice.
theater like this before.
Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that
This is the
how
opera
we will
epiclist.
enforce
Zan?
justice.
It's right.
My head. It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Yeah, that was definitely what I was thinking of.
Silver. It hurts.
What else
My
could
head
you
is
be
spinning.
thinking of?
All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina,
I'm trying to
Desiree,
save Quip
Joyville,
sanity, Zan. You're
Jolien,
not
Essen,
helping.
And Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier.
It's
If he
okay.
dies, he dies.
Playing Radical Dreamers a couple of days ago really just... It conditioned my mind to accept mindfuckery.
Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Oh, the camera guy's getting creative again.
Don't be afraid. And don't
Quick,
admit guilt.
get him out of there. Get him out of the booth.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
God, why is it... It's something about the way they're talking that reminds me of something, but I can't put my fucking finger on it. I don't remember what it is.
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you
Quip using
possibly
his
hope
final
to
brain
stand
cell.
against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia
There it is again!
belongs to us.
What?
What's
wrong?
Oh shit, it jump scare!
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
I knew it!
Do you know? But did you know that the power of water is its ability to take any shape?
Give it all!
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How
Quip
could
is
she
in pain.
possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us. Miss Navia, she... Silence.
Oh shit!
Oh shit.
Holy shit, he just broke into the fucking dreamscape.
Sup?
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion
Everyone's
is
like,
prohibited in the court.
teacher's here.
The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
No, I don't like that.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Okay, so it's not just some placeholder thing. There's a deliberate reason that they're turning into oceanids.
Second!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
What does that mean?
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave.
Thank you, handsome dragon
When I
man.
arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Yeah, thank you, Ray Chase. We're just. I like to imagine that he just fucking started floating towards us like that.
You were just about
Have
to
you been seeing Ray Chase going insane on Twitter the past few days?
Ray Chase always goes insane on Twitter.
Just recording video after video of him just saying the words Oratrice Mécanique d'Annelise Cardinal.
God.
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that had dissolved became Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I think that's not completely right.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Hmm.
To
Yeah,
think
because
that
Oceanids
they
are
keep
like a
doing
different
so
thing.
even after death.
Based on our understanding of what was going on with the previous thing, is it possible the Oceanids inherently
Are you okay?
are only separated by having separate personalities?
I think it's some kind of weird collective consciousness hive mind kind of deal.
Oh,
Like all the
quite
girls
all
that
right.
got attacked
Perhaps there's
existed
something
in
we
a
could
single
chat
being.
about?
Yeah.
Navia took that emotional damage. I don't think you can heal her. Yeah. It's
What are
okay.
you
She's a
talking
Geo
about? You
character.
got
She's got a
catharsis.
shield.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
Does Neverlet not always look stiff? What?
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
Sometimes he goes floppy.
It's pretty telling of the vibes of the different language dubs, where the Chinese and Japanese VAs are putting together elaborate cosplays of their characters, and English VAs are just throwing it back on Twitter.
Yeah, Ray Chase is twerking right now.
The
Like,
truly,
right now.
the truly enlightened individuals are the ones who do both at the same time.
I merely thought that we should give Navia
But those
some
are a rare
time to
breed.
herself.
God.
Do you remember that one time Frieza's voice actor just did a full-on fucking cosplay? That shit must
No.
have been uncomfortable as hell. He posted a picture for telling people to stay strong when the virus was being at its peak, right? And he was
Yeah.
doing the full fucking Frieza pose in full fucking Frieza cosplay. It was so fucking surreal.
That's the culture.
Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigewin sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
Actually, that reminds me. You brought up Zach Aguilar earlier, and I brought up Nier, but that reminded me. Zach Aguilar plays young Nier. Guess who plays old Nier?
Who plays old Nier?
No way.
Ray
Don't
Chase.
worry. She's doing fine.
Oh,
down
that's
there.
funny.
She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is
There's
good.
a small world out
I
there.
have always worried that
You
Susan
truly
would
know
need a
very
lot of
little.
time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Truly, the world of English voice actors only consists of the same 10 people.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Cedrine made him do that.
Did you see fucking Troy Baker going insane live on stage?
Who does Troy Baker voice in this?
No, like yesterday.
Oh, no. What was that? I didn't hear about this.
It was yesterday or the day before. It was the Golden
Thank
Joystick
you.
Awards
I
hosted
have
by Troy
indeed been
Baker.
busy lately.
Except the
I also
scriptwriter was
hope that
shit and
everything
gave
is
Troy
going well
jack
with
shit. The
Fortress of
audience
Meropide.
was like drunk and randy. The show was like a technical
a
failure.
complete shit show.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And so eventually, Troy Baker, halfway through the show, just mutated into Dark Troy and told the audience to basically shut the fuck up and let him fucking do his thing. And he just went completely off script and did the rest of the show himself. It was a shit show.
Wait, was this, let him do his thing funny, or let him do his thing, oh god, I don't want to be here anymore?
He was very clearly tired of the disrespect that was being handled towards his peers by the audience. And he was also clearly on his 12th beer.
Oh, so the latter. See,
Again, can you blame him?
This is why you wouldn't fucking catch me dead drinking on a live event. That shit never leads to good consequences.
What are you talking about? This is an infinitely more watchable thing than what they were trying to do.
I guess, but at a certain point, I guess it depends on what kind of drunk you are. If you're a happy drunk, then it probably becomes funnier if you turn a fucking mess into mess, parentheses, funny. But if you're like an angry drunk, and it just can really go uncomfortable.
So here's the thing, the audience was also on their 12th beer. So it was a drunk Troy Baker yelling at a drunk audience.
Now, to be fair, I can go down to Fremont Street and experience the same thing. You gotta remember, I'm seeing crowds of drunk people is not a strange or foreign experience to me right now, but I can,
fair.
In an organized event that's just,
it was a time. People were enjoying themselves watching Dark Troy.
Dark Troy. You're the expert here, Pylon. What should we talk about?
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, Pylon, he is quite the swimmer. We've seen it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Have you considered asking him?
I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
Pylon, you could have asked him a funnier question, like, why did you choose this specific form that you use now?
Amid my astonishment, I ran into
I don't think he did.
We had a chat.
I don't remember
She
the
informed me that
circumstances,
she had
but I
asked you
think
to
that's just how
investigate
things
the
work
ancient
out.
ruins here.
What, did the previous Hydro Archon turn him into this?
Yeah,
I think.
we originally planned to meet up with you.
I don't remember the
we thought
details,
you might still
actually.
be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. Also, why are we letting her near this fucking ledge?
It's fine. Fucking Nerve can catch him again. Catch her
I'm
again
sorry
if
to
he
have kept
needs
you all
to.
waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we
Monsieur
should get going again.
Neuvillette, which
Will
is
you come with
apparently
us, Monsieur
assuredly
Neuvillette?
not how you pronounce it, by the way.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my
I
company.
don't care. I'm gonna call him Nerd Villette until the end of time.
Let's get going then.
I mean, do you want
Monsieur.
Do you want an attempt at pronouncing it?
Also, I just realized we're still in a fucking dungeon.
Yeah. Why would the dungeon end? You're not done yet.
Delved into disappear. Odd reveal.
Settle down.
No, I need it. So it's not painted.
Be
Die.
sanctified.
I said die! Damn it.
Let me scry. Fate is upon you.
Hitting them with the Biden blast.
The best attempt out of French would be nouvelle. Nouvelle.
There you go.
I like how you tripped on yourself pronouncing that too.
I mean, I'm not French.
I was literally just about to say, oh please, Paimon, I've played enough Castlevania to know that platforming is a cinch.
Good job, Quip.
I can't believe Quip is dead.
Yet again.
Long live Quip. Ah! Trolled by my own
trusted
stamina.
Mona's noodle arms.
Oh god, they actually straight up broke this time.
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think it failed to reset. I think you're gonna need to try it again.
Cast yourself off the ledge. There you go.
Submit yourself to oblivion.
Do you notice that the planks are also failing? So you know.
Yep. Yep.
Move on.
Yep. Oh no, not the rocks falling. I could pull out the fidget spinner, but I don't feel like doing that right now.
Also, like, just macro it. Just get a macro that makes it just rotate your mouse at, like, max DPI.
The macro that makes me look like a fucking cheating heavy in Team Fortress 2?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you say that, but you really just need to do it the old-fashioned way. You need to do it with a physical fidget spinner if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, just get a controller out, tape it to your mouse.
God. As if I wasn't having enough trouble with my controller already.
Yeah. Let me scry. Written in the stars.
As you wish, Ming.
Biden blast!
The tides beckon.
There!
An oversight on my part.
It is definitely strange to have a character in Genshin that is so, like, self-sufficient that you don't even really need a support team for him. You just let him do his thing.
Makes it easier for me, to be honest.
Definitely a bit abnormal.
Let the mighty be humble.
What? Why did you cancel your attack? No, whoops.
Get blasted.
Me talking to strangers on Twitter.com. Nice argument. Unfortunately, ratio plus Biden blast. That's how all cases in Fontaine get settled.
Ratio?
Never just walks up to them. Hits the stance. You know he had to do it to him.
Oh, you mean the fucking Dr. Phil Eminem stance?
Yeah, exactly.
Here I am, still referencing that old thing, even though we deliberately set up Ruby's new profile just so we could avoid doing that again. For those of you who are new to this stream, we used to represent Ruby as fucking Dr. Phil Eminem. I don't know if I still have the overlay, but it's not there.
Put him up on stream, right on, just on top of me.
Where is he? Oh, that broomstick! There he is! Just peeking at
There
him,
I
Zan's
am.
stupid ass head.
Just leave him there.
Nah. We have you there on purpose, and if we want a dumb fucking image, we have Zan's fucking head ass right on the side.
Well,
long Maroon.
Looks like
one,
we've reached the end.
rude. Two, you can't prove that he's not hiding behind it.
Just off screen.
He's actually just hidden that fucking pose that entire time behind your head.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
We have reached the end of the dungeon.
We've done it. There seems to be something on the wall. Oh, it's the prophecy again.
Slates. It seems like they were put
It
here
is
as
a
an
prophecy.
offering. Could we
There's
take
more
them
parts
down
to
and
it.
have a look?
We've only seen the last part.
Look at the dumb, stupid idiot sitting on her chair.
Perhaps we should just leave them be
Having
for
a
now.
breakdown.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
And the surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Fucking fortune tellers.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
Mona in your party just
Does
starts
he mean
crying
that
in the
Fontaine
background.
should be destroyed?
Learn to budget, woman.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes.
She
Indeed,
needs
the
more
slate's
books. You
contents
don't
correspond to
understand,
it.
Quip.
Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Oh, it sure is a nefarious looking island, isn't it?
In the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
What the hell?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah, they do seem to match. What is she doing here? What is this pose?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Did he extract the information using water? Is that what he was doing? What?
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur
He
Neverland.
was trying to
Deciphering
resonate with
ancient
whatever
stone
was
slates
inside
isn't
the
one of
slate.
your duties.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates.
Paimon, we've seen, like, literal fucking eldritch horrors. You're getting chills from this?
This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy
The whale's
should
not
come
here right
true.
now. The whale can't hurt Paimon.
The Biden blast works in mysterious ways.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Really makes you think, doesn't it?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Arena full of soup. Has to have a sit down.
That second image is also quite concerning. What sin are these people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had
In
never
case
met
it's
her,
not
but her
obvious,
appearance here
the
does match
island
the
is
records.
Celestia.
Huh?
No,
Celestia?
no. There's
Huh?
The
floating
previous
islands
Archon
in
kneeling before the floating island in the
the away.
skies,
It's clearly
as
the
if
away.
confessing a sin.
It's clearly the way.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
That's a great question, Paimon. You're using your thinking brain now.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
We're gonna have to do something
Paimon
about that.
explodes.
We're gonna have to rattle that
spontaneously
brain cell out of
combust.
her.
Wait, are you telling me
time
we
to
have to
lose.
go ask
There's nothing else to
Fiorina
be gained here,
about
so
history?
let's head back first.
We're all fucking dead.
Talk about an unreliable
sure-
narrator.
Yeah, we better get somewhere
I'm
safe
sure
for now.
she will be perfectly forthcoming and honest with us.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not.
Get your chest equipped. It's got gems in it.
Didn't have... Oh, it did have gems in it. Thank God. What am I at right now?
Time to open the wallet, Quip.
I would sooner die than give Genshin my money intentionally.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Hoyo, if you can hear me, send me a sponsorship email. I'll fucking stream your game all fucking week if it has to be that way.
I think they're feeling pensive about after the first time you just didn't do it.
Now, believe in me, Ruby. I will get an email from Hoyoverse themselves.
Just head
You
back to
do
the
know
Flip
if they
Zone
asked
and
you
have a rest
they
then.
were to sponsor you to do
Thanks for keeping me
something, they would
company all
more
this time.
likely sponsor you to play fucking the new one, Zenless Zone Zero, when that comes out.
No, surely they'll. I'll get that Genshin specific sponsorship, not fucking Honkai Star Rail, not whatever you just said. Genshin Impact specifically. Oh my fucking god. Thanks, Zan. You just finished my sub goal, which means I have to fucking. Zan, you never answered my question. What did you want the sub goal to be this month?
Oh, that's a dangerous question, isn't it?
Yes, the follower goal for 380 followers on the channel was going to be Kingdom Hearts 1. But I never decided on the sub goal. Last month's sub goal, which I'm still trying to fulfill, was supposed to be Stalker Anomaly.
Clearly, it's Honkai.
No, I'm not going to count gacha games. It's going to be a one-off game only.
All 300 hours of Honkai
I'm going to kill you.
I'll depart as well.
Have you done Outer Wilds?
Rest well, everyone.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a great idea. Yeah, sure, fuck it. That's a great idea.
Outer Wilds it is, then.
Let me know. I'm going to watch every single moment of it.
Yeah, yo, hell yeah.
The Phonia is telling me to play Honkai. Maybe.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
And yes, Lock-On, I'm pretty sure you've heard me say this before, but I said if I reach 380 followers before the end of the month, I will stream Kingdom Hearts 1.
I'm sure that you're concerned about this
And
matter
only
as well.
Kingdom Hearts 1.
If you have time,
You
drop
must
by
make
my
it
office.
happen yourself,
I will share the
Lock-On.
results of our discussion with you.
Be the change you want to see in the world.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
Stream over!
Paimon's getting a little
We did
scared
it,
now
everyone.
that
We
it's come
got
to this.
Fiorina.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
It has to include Union Cross? No.
Alright, we'll leave it in your friends then.
Plus your
You're
union.
probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Nervalet's gonna get the belt out.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
The shitty brats must be punished? Question mark.
Alright. I'll be on my way then.
Sure, if you're constantly hearing the Pornhub theme in the background. It's just beating. Come on.
Navia and Nervalet both depart. You and Paimon head to the Spina de Rosula base of... I can't French! And also, phrasing, Zan. You really had to say beating?
Welcome back.
Yes.
We've got a special menu prepared for you.
Gohan haircut.
Yeah, and there's good food too. Navi, no, the boss is the best.
It's compulsory, Ruby. I gotta go. Whoa, 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 whoa. You did great as well, Paimon. Everyone praise Paimon.
We're only looking down prophecy for the end of the world that is set to come true within the next month or so. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm actually impressed that I managed to split the subs.
What happened today?
Oh.
Hey, God.
Wait.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, I think it is.
Why are you here?
Hello. Speaking of prophecies.
Why am I getting interested? I know who this is! Mona, Astral Reflection. As her full name, Mona Megistus, the astrologist, is far too long, she permits those around her to call her Mona. Mona's hydromancy is masterful and accurate, but people are often unwilling to accept the cruel truths presented to them through astrology. At the same time, astrological tools and resources are necessary, and regular expenses for a brilliant astrologist such as her, but they are not cheap by any means. I wonder why. Due to this and her lack of financial management skills, she lives a frugal life and can barely make ends meet. However, in her own words, Mona has simply chosen this simple life to penetrate the truths of this world. For how could the great astrologist Mona be shackled by poverty?
So the funny thing is, I didn't get this because I think it depends on if you did Mona's character quest or not.
Oh, is she wearing the other outfit?
Yeah.
No, she's not. No, yes, she is.
It's the coward outfit.
The Union Jack bow gives it away.
Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, no.
So you guys
just
continue.
uses a
I'm gonna
scribe
go
glass
grab a
whenever
quick
they've got
bite
time
and be
to
right
just
back.
see who
As
they'll
in,
meet
I'll
on
bring
the
my
road.
plate back. I'm obviously not eating. I'm not fucking leaving. Be right back.
Not fucking eat. That's right. We're shackling Ruby. She will not eat lunch until we are finished this stream.
Oh god, all 5 hours of fucking
I don't get it.
4.2
I
quest line.
understand that they decided they needed to change things, but that outfit is more lewd than their original one ever was.
Look at those exposed thighs.
I don't know. It depends. Yeah, this one has exposed thighs. The other one
business to
had like
attend
skin
to here,
tight. So
so
it
I
depends
booked
on
a
what
hotel
you
in the
think
city.
is more
I was
extreme.
just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite
Old Mona
unexpectedly,
looks
if I might
different.
add.
This Mona
Yeah.
looks like... I'm not allowed to finish that statement on Twitch.
Yeah. Listen, she has
Why
spats.
did you
It's
think I
fine.
was from Fontaine?
Nothing bad can happen with
Is that
spats.
because Magistus doesn't sound much like
It's
a
a
mom's dad or
necessary
surname?
component of spats that they're actually long enough to support activity.
Wait, is your hair
Those
different
are
in this
not
outfit
spats.
too?
No.
Huh.
That's her. That's what her hair has always been.
Why does it look
It's only
different?
everything from the neck down.
That's so weird.
That,
Yeah, let's go with
yeah,
that.
the hat's the same.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was. Well,
This is the
some
first time
other
that
thing.
Wilds looked above
Either
the
way,
neckline
the
on
old
mine.
hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first
You're
step
saying
to
the
being
quiet
great
part out
astrologist's
loud.
Pupil was to change that
All right,
name.
I'll be right back. Grabbing a bite.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing
has
at
pretty eyes.
astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
That said, I do think the prettiest eyes in Genshin are Shenha's.
Reasonable.
They're just like really unique, and I could get lost in them.
It isn't? Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great. Wow, including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
That honestly speaks for itself.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right?
Super
That's
kami
just how
guru.
She is. She used to call herself
I'm a
Magistus,
triple
actually,
magician.
but once she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Wait, so are you the nail to her guru? Could you imagine her her master just going, Mona?
Talk about
And now you know why she doesn't stay around.
Magistus is
Anything
thus
to be out of
common
the
part of
house.
our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple strength traveler? Or triple appetite Paimon?
Terrible!
But not inaccurate.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Now I'm gonna chug that shit. Let's go.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on.
I returned with
I don't
sustenance
think
material.
anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Today I learned Mona has a really stupid name.
What do you make of that prophecy,
Great,
Mona?
the great
Just tell us what you think as
astrologist,
an
Mona.
astrologist. Your word would
At
go
least
a
she's
long way
not
to
the
make things
triple
more
great.
certain and less scary.
What I can tell
Super
you
kami
is that
guru,
I'm an
that's right.
astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
I see a hilichurl. Kick its ass!
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call
Sadly,
me an
Mona is 2
astrologist,
syllables,
but
so
a visionary.
the other bit doesn't work as well.
Yeah, I tried it. Mona!
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
We were also asking, who do you think has the prettiest eyes in Genshin?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I bet there are others amongst those Hexen
That's
Circle
tough.
colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain that.
Discounting the rest of the package, Paimon's eyes are really, really pretty. They're fucking galaxies in there. I don't know if you ever zoomed in on her eyes.
I have. We see them all the time.
Look at them harder.
I could see the stars in her eyes, Ruby. Our little criatura has some of the cutest eyes, and they're really cool to look at.
And despite that, nobody ever questions what the fuck she is. Just some floating goblin thing.
I mean, I question it all the time, but nobody else around me seems to.
Yeah, no
Is
one in
everyone just
Tevat
kind of
seems to
cool with this
fucking
turnip?
realize.
Okay.
It's the traveler and that weird floating white thing.
Sometimes they call her my pet. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
That flinch was genuine and from the heart.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh,
I'm gonna crack open this apple
this
juice
is
and
something
hopefully
only I can do after all.
next.
So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Man, Paimon is really playing Mona up with that flattery.
Oh, sorry. I came to
It's
see
a
what
lot
all
deeper
is.
than saying her.
If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Whoops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Zan, you didn't tell me you were married.
And there she goes, quick as rushing
Oh, he's not even
water.
here. Fuck.
And here we are with the Spina guy giving us
He's
suspicious
gone.
looks.
It's hard to tell because he didn't turn on the thing that dims him when he's not talking.
Yeah, we're just
I mean,
stuck with this
I
fucking
have
still
been here the
PNG.
whole time.
Damn
Ever
you
present.
for ignoring me. How dare you. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks.
Loudly eat this burger live on stream.
Paimon does for you.
All right. Thank you, Paimon.
That's more like it.
Anyways, thank you, and I'll tell Ganyu.
After the conversation, you decided to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Alright, I'll turn off my mic
To be
while I'm
honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
The way Ruby's talking, like slowly backing away from the mic, she's like a mouse scurrying away with her found food. You think Paimon's bloomers look a little silly?
It's a cheeky Nando's in the spirit of Fontaine.
Time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see New
Because lest you forget, Fontaine is not only France, it is also Britain.
Regrettably. That's the sin everyone in that mural was depicted as repenting for.
Both French and British. Tragedy of humanity.
There's something... I guess it was the lighting? But I swear, there was something that looked different about her. Huh.
Like what?
I don't know.
Pip's eyes just dragging slowly back downwards to her hips again.
I can't, I can't control it, Ruby. Oh, that's weird. What? I'm gonna spam in the chat real quick. Oh, that's so...
What's wrong?
I was like, I just noticed that the chat was being over fucking...
Oh, it's hidden behind Ruby.
Zan's gigantic ass head. Alright, here we are.
No, don't move it to the left. No, move it back to where it was, but put it over Zan. So the text just goes over his head.
Here, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Don't worry about it.
No, it's there now, so it's gonna generate over your head. It's like your helmet is deliberately producing the Twitch
is
chat.
about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
I like your funny words, magic woman.
You're here, finally.
Hello, Oomphy.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur
Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
It's Furina time!
Time for bestie.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not
You're all
have it
dead,
happen
lady.
again.
You're all dead.
Munich, Neurvalette is less Furina's brother and more her fucking babysitter.
Yeah, no. At best, heavily disappointed uncle.
Although I do agree, we should seduce him.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
Camera guy's doing the funky stuff again.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
Damn, you're useless.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
I've never seen these rocks.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
Does that say more about the previous Archon or the current one, that she doesn't have any information passed down from the previous one regarding what could be a world-ending event?
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Is Farina the kind of person to sit on her ass watching operas
So
and
you've
drinking
been
tea for
watching me all
500
this
years?
time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
Farina is that character who invested all of her stats into charisma checks, and even then, they're not maxed out.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Lady, you didn't even convince yourself with that.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
That's definitely the face of a person who is completely confident in what she's doing.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
This is the part where I kick down the fucking door.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
Full
Wonder
cat
what's up with her.
noise.
She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. A state of affairs that we
Farina has
cannot
left the
allow to
screen.
continue.
Genshin has lost all value to me once again. Goodbye.
Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Every time Fiorina isn't on screen, we should be asking, where's Fiorina? I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. We should instill in her the fear of death.
Everyone in her inner circle.
I'm unsure if Aya will have sufficient context for viewing the things that are to come, but I'm sure
I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
In other words, you have to put her on trial.
Oh? Like what?
Like a trial, Paimon.
Capture her
Normally,
like a
people
small,
will only reveal the
vulnerable
truth when standing trial. Perhaps we
Put
must
her in
have
the
the
box.
Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Lady Fiorina, also known as the Hydro Archon Focalor, you stand trial of being a cringe-ass nene baby.
But Farina seems so
She
many
hits the
trials,
gritty.
and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Damn, I felt the bass in that breath.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass.
If it hasn't been made clear already, I have nothing bad to say about Ray Chase's voice.
This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information
Ray
a
Chase-
god
Ray
possesses
Chase is
is
fucking
too
great.
precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
No matter how great his voice is, I will never play Final Fantasy 15. In that case, we will need help.
Or a
But who
truth
would lend us
mécanique
their aid to do
d'analyse
such a thing?
cognitive.
Oh, I think I know who to call. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson.
It is time for the gang.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty
I
smart
think
of
that's
you
a
to think
little
of hiding here.
self-centric, Munich. I guess more Nervalette-centric.
Yeah, I don't think that's where the plot's going.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
I am not going to fly to China to learn Mandarin. I'm going to go
But
learn
dumb,
Cantonese.
Now you can visit Hong
Here you
Kong.
are
Oh, it's
drinking
an
tea
ad
like
break.
it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Quick, stop playing Genshin.
I'll
Talk
stop
about
playing
two
Genshin.
things
I'm
for 2
free
minutes.
for 3 minutes.
I'm gonna scarf down this fucking burger at light speeds.
What burger are you eating, Ruby?
It's a Nando's chicken burger.
What does Cantonese sound like? It's like it's a different dialect of Chinese. It's basically there's different inflections, intonations, and different uses of words.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of weird to think. It is not Chinese. It's a language in China.
It's a dialect. It is a dialect.
That's not true.
Yeah, no, Munich. That's just wrong. I don't know where you're getting that from. Cantonese is a dialect of Chinese.
It's a dialect that is most commonly spoken in Hong Kong, as I understand it.
Yeah, more or less.
Like, Ruby, I hate to pick on you again because you're the Asian here, but does Malaysia have any specific dialects, or is it just the one?
Malaysian Chinese is it's like kind of like a mix of both. I'd say if I had to pick one, it leans more Mandarin. You learn Mandarin in school, so that's kind of like the one that happens more.
As I understand it, Mandarin's the more commonly used dialect of Chinese.
Yeah, there's definitely splits. Like some regions in Malaysia have more Cantonese, some have more Mandarin.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that, as I understand it, Cantonese is typically... I can't speak for it because I don't know enough about the culture. But for what little impression I have of Chinese culture, Cantonese has been perceived as a more sophisticated dialect of Chinese. Whether or not that's accurate, I'm not sure. But that's my understanding based on the very, very limited experience.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay, wow.
We are 30 minutes off the end of the ad break, by the way, so we're almost done.
I configured
30
reactive
minutes?
for you.
30 minutes off the end of the ad break. No, 30
So
seconds.
now you can get rid of the chroma key version.
DM it to me, fool.
How do I DM this? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna scarf down this burger before the ad ends.
Also, I need you to understand right now, I have your overlay titled as Kevin for some reason.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm banishing you to Kevin right now, Zan.
That's weird. I got it set up, but I have no idea how I actually send this to you.
Do you see the link?
I do not see a link.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Once you've saved the images, it should show up as a link on the left side.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Oh, okay, I see what you mean now. Here you go.
You want to share yours, not the group one?
No, I see. Here you go.
He says, here you go, but I see nothing.
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Okay.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Oh, right, you're a character. I fucking forgot.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then,
Here you
how
go.
about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
My god, you guys are all fucking bummers. Alright. People, don't be scared, but you might see a giant... I don't know what Zan decided to use, but...
Oh no.
I will call this overlay Zan.
What could this be?
Cool. What the hell is that?
It's Maruki. It's Maruki 2.
Don't worry about it.
What the fuck?
I think this is the best thing you could have possibly done.
Look, I thought it was just a little bit too in the way.
What the fuck is that? I was like, huh, that image looks a little short, and then he started talking. Good God. Fucking
Look,
Mario eating a fucking mushroom.
Well then, I guess we're lucky
Now you can
we've
read
got
the
a local
dialogue.
like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
And it bounces to fucking Christ.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Wow, we got every playable character from the region.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
We're short Rizzler and, you know, the main lady herself.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Glorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in
That's weird.
detail.
It's not working quite
A
right.
round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Oh, hell yeah.
Not that I recall.
It's triggering at random.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
Oh, I know why.
As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Our strategy is to use orphans.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group
That should
known
probably
as the
fix it.
Marechaussee Hunters.
That's how you pronounce that? Marechaussee. I have that artifact set.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals,
That
but rather
doesn't sound like
various
too bad.
monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Well, assuming the prey is, assuming the prey is Furina. I was gonna say something else, but John was just like, time to snare the white woman with a comically large cheese wedge.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped.
What does
Pigeons and
Furina
rabbits will
want
see the
most?
bait and naturally
How the
enter
hell are
the
we going to
snare.
bait a trap with positive affirmation?
She wants a stage. The bait is a pumpkin spice latte.
Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
She's from France, not California. Jesus.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Dweeb.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit.
Alrighty
prefer
there,
more
James
stable
Bond.
methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
That's probably one of the cruelest ways to bait an animal.
Decoys are very effective.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And
A
that
duck
would
will
be a
not
good way to
land
go
on an
about
empty
it.
pond.
If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
Ain't no fucking way.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Oh yeah. Come to think of it, why would you need to ensnare someone when you could just bite and blast them?
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, That also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
Actually, wait a second. Isn't Marchase Hunter the artifact set that Nervalette uses? Your mic's fucking up again, by the way.
Oh, let me fix it. I believe Marchase Phantom is the Nervalette set, and Golden Troop is the Farina set.
AKA the official set. It's holy shit, that thing fucking
Any
busted on her.
off-field DPS. It's ridiculous.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
Paimon, we hunt down Hilichurls for some cheap-ass gems every day.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
I mean, I've fucking 1v1 gods before. I think it's cool. That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Clarin's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at the present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina's reached such a dire stage.
If you know what I mean.
What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need.
You must get the white woman to speak.
I'm going to trick Furina into playing Danganronpa live on stream.
So, my theory is a Kajito hazard.
They already did that one.
You think it's
They
like
would
the
never
forbidden
expect they do it
knowledge?
twice.
They wouldn't rehash that for their main plot. Genshin
Oh, no,
writing
no,
isn't the greatest, but I mean...
It's not necessarily that the whole thing is a Kajito hazard. It's that there's a reason why she's holding on to the information.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's a given. Otherwise, she'd be telling us.
Not necessarily. There are many reasons she would hold this as a secret.
I think the most concerning secret... Well, let's put this into perspective, because it's been a while since we've done the main story. It's been a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But as I recall, when Miss Xenogears lady spoke to us, she explicitly mentioned that she had attempted to kill Furina, but when she did so, noticed that Furina had no possible means of fighting back, despite being the Archon.
Yes, you are
Which
correct.
leads me to go down this line of logic of... She's not the Archon.
What makes you say
And
that?
that's why she wouldn't know. I don't know the reason for it, but...
I mean, she's been head of Fontaine for 500 years.
Exactly. But... Archons aren't the only immortal creatures or unaging creatures in Teyvat. There could be another explanation as to why she's everlasting youth.
Well, certainly, but she's certainly not an Adepti or anything of the sorts.
Yeah, sure. That's the part we don't know. That's not the part we should be paying attention to. Don't focus on what is unknown, focus on what we do know. We know that she couldn't fight back against fucking the Knave. Could it actually be that she doesn't actually know shit? Because she's not actually the Archon?
The simplest solution is often the best, and I will say, the idea that Furina is just incompetent has been pretty high on my list.
It is a consideration that she has been working on something for 500 years. We just don't know what she's been working on, because she refuses to tell us.
It
Neverlet
could
has kept track of her, and she has been running around doing something.
it could also be that her incompetence is either A, an act, or B, by design. But by whose design, I don't know. I don't know what.
There's
That's
the third
the
option.
missing part. What's the third option?
Only one way to find out.
It is a problem that is beyond her capacity.
That would be the most straightforward. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that is probably the most likely thing, because she knows the solution to this problem, but refuses to do it. She's looking for alternatives.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry. You know what we could go for right now? Some cheeky Nando's.
Paimon didn't think the
2
meeting should go
whole
on for so long, but
chickens.
everyone seemed pretty
Unfortunately,
fired up,
I've already eaten all of it.
I'll kill you, Ruby.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Freminet was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meeting, Spylon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong, Paimon?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that
What you
at all.
looking at?
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
Ah, yes, a cup of delicious steaming piss.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
I'm going to kill you.
It's okay, Ruby. It's a JoJo's reference, so I can make the joke.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Hi, Mona.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Or more accurately, Mona's master?
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. You two make such a fascinating combo, and yet even you feel confused. As
It's
such,
cheaper than a new
I
model.
couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat.
Who are you, and what do you want with us?
Actually, no, wait.
Consider me a
It technically is a
passerby,
new model. It's a new
just
teacup.
accepting a commission from my friend's
Are we sure it's a new key cup and not a
It's a new
color
teacup.
swap? Okay.
Oh, her friend's disciple, so it's not Mona's master, it's a friend of Mona's master.
Yes. You have heard this voice before.
I have, but I'm trying to figure out where.
Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce
That one
myself.
guy from Pokemon.
Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Whoa, wait, you have an accent now?
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
Wait a second.
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
I know that voice. There it is again. Fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Shit's bugging me. The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
It's so weird, right? Because you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like Furina's voice talking like Mona.
I actually don't know who the voice
Ultimately,
actor is for this, but
fate shall
I'm sure
serve
it's
as your
someone
only
fucking already
guide,
on the
no
team.
matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
I have no idea what the hell this lady was cooking.
What was she cooking?
Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed for a long time before falling asleep. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
You're not wrong, Savvy, technically.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon. I don't like that. We need to go correct that before you grow another brain cell.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy,
Paimon
okay?
waking up before 10 a.m.? What is happening in the
I
world?
see I've walked in on some lively banter.
See, now that I hear Mona's voice directly after Mage N, it's not her voice. I've heard that voice before. It sounds so familiar. I know I've heard that voice actor at least somewhere.
Mona!
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Why the emphasis on interesting?
Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Yeah, you could say Charlotte and I are joined at the hip now. Kind of like you and me.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
God, I wish.
It's okay, Quip. After this stream, you can do the event for those delicious Primogem.
Something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over. But if you didn't call them over, then who did?
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
And yet, Furina doesn't seem to be so.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage
Mage
named
N fucking whispering in your ear, gay, homosexual,
she
gay.
said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
I can still hear her voice.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes,
so you're still on
she was
voice,
quite cryptic, but I suspect she means there's still a way to turn things around.
I mean,
She
I would hope
didn't
so.
say when or what that would be, though, so
You're still extending as
perhaps
always.
it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Yeah, we're thinking.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little
It's very
gag right
difficult
now.
for us. Give us a moment.
Kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
If it's prophesized, that means we could probably, like... Could we trick fate?
Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
Like, could we play out the prophecy in a way where everything technically happens, but not in the way we thought it would?
I did originally think of steering clear of all
Potentially,
this.
but how could
I
we
couldn't.
possibly do that?
Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the
Prophecy
last,
still ends with
then
everyone in
how
the
can we
fucking
face the
country
end when
dying.
it comes?
Can't stop that.
We gaslight Farina into thinking that everyone dissolved.
It's not about Farina. It's about the fucking reality of existence.
Listen, we shove everyone on a fucking boat. The water levels rise. We don't tell Farina about the boat, but we tell her that everyone is fucking dead so she can go sit in her chair and cry. Prophecy
Again, it's not
fulfilled.
about.
And then we
It's
trick
not
her.
about. It's not about Farina's
There I
perception of
go,
the
talking
situation.
about
It's
astrological
about the reality
principles
of it.
again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you. Thank you for the several times I've accidentally killed you because I didn't time my jump correctly.
It was worth trying to comfort
Sail
you,
off a cliff,
even if
no
only a little.
parachute.
I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
And thank you for the increased running speed.
I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
Shout out to my first 5-star character. There she go.
Hey,
There
Traveler.
she go.
Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Should probably give you the link to the first ever Genshin event that was plot critical for some reason and they just never rerun ever again. Let's probably link that to you.
Oh, great. We're going to the newsstand. That probably means we're going to run into a certain someone.
Charlotte, your best friend.
Hell yeah, baby. Consolation to Charlotte.
She's decent. She's a Diana replacement on cryo teams.
Damn, we have absoluted the little cat girl. Tragic.
Except for Eula. Eula still likes the shield.
So you're basically saying because I don't have Diana, I can't use Eula.
What? I said likes the shield, not needs the shield.
Oh.
Scry the sky.
All Eula needs to work is fucking 2 other cryo characters staple to her, so she doesn't fucking run out of energy every 10 seconds.
I've done it, Ruby. I have all the necessary components to make Eula work.
In this newspaper. What's going on?
And also the Raiden Shogun.
Damn it!
Nah, you can make her work with Fischl.
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see. The underwater
technically you are.
stronghold, the Fortress of
Freaking one of the
Merpeed, has
most well-known people
continued
on
in
this
its
fucking
noble
continent.
autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Charlotte, just commit a crime.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become
Idiot.
the focus of this report?
It's that
We
easy.
were only in there. We were in there for 45 days because Nervalet gave us an in. If you actually commit a crime, you'll be in there for longer.
Fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not
Just commit
fear,
a
for the
stupid,
tales of
silly,
the
dumb
traveler
crime.
contains surprises in spades.
Then you don't get sent to the fortress. It's fucking Alcatraz. What
Damn
are you
it.
talking about?
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet: the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Just get let out early on good behavior.
Charlotte took some awesome photos of us and we never even noticed
Like, the scope of what the fucking Fortress of Mirapede is for is people like Child.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
And look how far they got them, huh?
Yeah.
That sure seems to be the case, Paimon.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
They got a good side. Paimon side. As opposed to the non-Paimon side.
I don't see her. I keep looking at her. What the fuck? Okay.
We're here!
It's a cutscene quip.
Should we go in and get something to eat?
Play Gundam Battle Operation 2? No.
Lock on, I will never play Gundam Battle Operation 2 ever again. I would have redeemed it for that low points.
Find a gab or bite.
What?
You went inside.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna eat something.
Quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it!
Paimon desires.
We were in. Let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Oofy!
Someone showed up after all!
Sorry, Quip. You have to kill.
You're the one from the Palais Mermonia. Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat. Wait, did he really say something like that?
Owned, idiot.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Look at tiny little hands.
Every time I see a Melusine, I just want to grab them and hug them really tightly.
Do you come here often?
Look at her little hands wave around.
Friend.
Usually every day. Every day? It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Wild is being
I shall have my
hypnotized
cake
by the
and
Melusine again.
Oomphy disease.
I can't help it! I can't help it! They're so cute!
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think? But why would it close? Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy. Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
This Oofy has a better grasp on life than most people.
It's because she's not even human. Of course she does.
And she pays no attention to the consequences. She's above them because she's an Oofy.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Are we sure that
These
it
2
isn't
slices
just
are
that
for you.
she's got
Sijin
cake on the
said
brain?
That this kind of expression you're
That could
making
be
is what
it.
humans call being sad.
Who do you think was commissioned to make all these little, like, coats for all these Melusines?
Oh, you know Sijin? I sure do.
They're
She was
like a
born
solid
before
like
me, and
third
she
of the
sometimes
population
comes
of
to
the city.
surface to
So I
teach us
mean,
things
probably a
about
lot of companies
humans.
actually.
Damn.
She said that humans are creatures that are sad and
But no
easily
pants, huh?
impressed, and you can only
about to
lift their
say,
spirits
pants
by
never caught
feeding
on.
them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Pantsless.
I like to imagine there was some kind of, like, incident regarding the mass production of the pants. That they just decided, fuck it, this isn't worth it anymore.
I've got something else to
Yeah,
do,
no,
so I'll be
we're
going now.
never doing this one again.
2022
after eating,
Melusine
alright?
pants incident.
Bye.
Wait, before you go, can I pet you?
There she goes.
All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Perpetrator has the longest consecutive sentence in the Fortress of Meripede.
And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Oh, right, that's it. You share a slice with Paimon and snarf it down. Snarf it down.
Snarf.
That has to be the second time in history that the word snarf has been used. With the first
there's
being,
been plenty.
I think, Thundercats.
Sure would be nice if we
There's
could
been
always
plenty of
eat
snarfing
delicious
out
food
there.
here.
The world is full of snarfs.
Do you remember? Is it Snarf? I'm pretty sure it was Snarf from Thundercats.
Yes, it is.
That fucker was the Furbus of the Thundercats.
Sorry, unfortunately, every time I think about a joke in regards to Fontaine, I think of the edited Control-Alt-Delete comic with League of Legends Death. Just for any crime. Melstein Pants. Death.
Melstein Pants. Death.
Your Honor, Pants with the Melusines. Never let Biden blast. Oh, wait, shit. Is this the part where... Huh, would you look at that? Oh, wait, that's Perilous Show.
Yep. Where are you looking
There it
at?
is. Quest location is currently...
View details. Steambird interview. Did you never unlock regional quests for Fontaine?
I guess not.
You just never picked up... Okay, shit. Well, you've been missing out on, like, weeks of bounties.
No, I've been doing the ones in Inazuma.
Oh, okay. Then that's fine. As long as you're doing it somewhere.
Plus, I
Alright,
still
yep,
need to do the ones in fucking Subaru too, so I ain't missing on shit.
Alright, works out.
I'm a troubleshooter.
Time to validate quit.
Claim, 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 claim. I have learned a recipe for steak tartare.
Delicious. I could go for steak tartare.
Yeah, I get this commission shit. I know how this commission shit works.
Silly hat spotted.
That is a
Yes.
fucking silly hat. Look at that.
That is a very silly hat.
Anyway.
Sins of the French. Alright, let's do the other quest.
Trust me, I know silly hats.
Oh god. She was standing behind me the entire time.
She's just staring at
Have you
you.
seen the article I wrote about you? Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used death to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a
I
letter
want
to
a
discuss
refund,
just
Charlotte.
that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Why wouldn't I have received a letter in Poisson?
It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Oh, hey, I'm actually getting compensated.
Really? Oh, you're the
Money.
best!
You're almost a little too easy
Getting
to
paid
win
your
over,
dues,
Paimon.
Quip. How do you feel?
If I were a journalist with
Huh?
ulterior motives, you'd be
You're
in
getting
trouble
paid
now,
your
you know.
dues, Quip. How do you feel?
It still won't bring Furina to me.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here
Why
all of a
isn't there
sudden?
hat
Saddle-
Were you
clear?
looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a
Karina's hat?
while back. And
No,
when
no,
she met
Charlotte's
you, we
hat.
thought of coming to
Charlotte's
see
hat
you.
is
Well,
almost practical.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona
What,
as
does
well.
it need to be tinier?
She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really
The
good
ribbon
one,
needs to
too.
be bigger.
She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
If she doesn't look like a toad from Super Mario Bros., then it's not big enough.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a
God.
journalist.
Yeah, but at a certain size, it stops
Nice.
being a beret
In
and
which
starts
case,
being
can this
Rastafarian.
daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few
You're
days to
plenty
prepare.
qualified.
Why would we ever doubt that we're qualified to be interviewed? We have slayed demons!
Oh,
Yeah, well, we've never been in a newspaper.
you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
I bet I'm gonna roll her at least 2 more times in the attempt to get Farina.
And what's that?
If,
I wouldn't complain about
just
it.
for
She's
example,
pretty fucking good.
Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist, first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Journalist, derogatory.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Oh no, she's a true believer.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Is.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
I'm not a workaholic, but I love my job. Yeah, my one of my bros used to be like that. They realized, oh shit, I'm spending more time at work than I am with my family.
Oh, yep, that's the life right there.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes, Paimon?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Paimon, why are you getting all existential crisis on me now? We've only seen Charlotte doing her job anytime she shows up.
Unfortunately, Paimon's single brain cell is currently entirely consumed by this problem.
Yes, Paimon, I will say, I don't think Paimon's had many chances to face the inevitability of death before.
Oh no, we've exposed her to mortality.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
The last time we saw an innocent little creature be exposed to the horrors of existence, she became the embodiment of despair.
It's fine.
You ruined a perfectly good bird. Look, it has anxiety now.
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things.
Paimon only has finally has enough brain cells to comprehend death.
This is why we have to keep shaking her every once in a while. Make sure those fucking brain cells don't multiply. Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yeah, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
It is a pretty unique statement coming from Traveler, especially considering, your Traveler historically has spent the last millennia not even on this planet. This has been like such a fucking footnote in their life comparatively to what they've already gone through.
Like, I mean, Paimon, I've spent like a few centuries in a fucking coma. I think...
Yeah, that too.
I just go with the flow. Anyway, it's time for your your fucking daily brain ironing, Paimon. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Rosula safe house at the... whatever this fucking place is called.
French location.
Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Quiet days.
And thus the sun rises tomorrow.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Iron that brain, get those wrinkles out of her.
Yeah, it'll probably get moldy considering all the moisture in the fucking area.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Yeah, I've never really thought about it, but like, could you imagine getting cut near the ocean?
I have to imagine it. That's happened to me.
It has? How's it feel?
Yeah. Not that bad.
Really? Because I think the salt in the air would get into your wounds and that shit would sting.
Not a lot of salt in the air. You'd be surprised.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, hey, thanks for the raid. Cat.
Hey, Lynx.
Yeah.
And thanks for the raid. Also, I just realized this, the Genshin overlay still has the old, sound alerts, I think.
It does. It's fine.
Bam, it's gone. So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
We're not. Not this time.
Not at all. I'm well aware
I
that
know we have a record, but
message
not this time.
This time it was totally just a joke. Also, Zan, did you ever tell me what you wanted me to do as the sub goal?
Yes, I said Outer Wilds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're doing Outer Wilds. That's right. Okay. Am I winning, son? Yes. The apocalypse is coming, which means I'm winning. Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it
Outer
was that
Wilds.
serious.
See, I will remember which one it is because it has wild in it.
Lady Farina was watching a
So true,
performance at the
bestie.
Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
It's almost like the Hydro Archon's not doing a good job representing her nation.
So people have
Perhaps.
started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
I mean, that's understandable. If the god you've been relying on suddenly isn't really fucking doing anything for you, you can kind of understandably be pissed, can't you?
So
Yeah.
what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was
Looks at
pointless,
Inazuma.
she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
I mean, in that case, Raiden, if you disagreed with Raiden, she'd just kill you. So, you know.
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands
You
full
know.
maintaining
Les Biden
order
blast.
and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Yeah. What could ordinary people do to her?
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Oh, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
What a nice lady. I hope she doesn't get dissolved and turned into fucking fish.
Whoa, liquid be
Well,
upon
sounds
ye.
like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
She's probably having an anxiety attack right now.
When Nervalet was talking to her
Probably.
in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
She's just like me, for real, for real.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Those fucking Groucho glasses did something to you, Paimon.
They've embedded themselves in her skull.
Poisson, here we come!
They're like wearing the fucking, the fucking Bowsette crown. Except they make you smart. Alright, let's see. Where are we going? Oh, no. I see. I see now. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I thought we were going to be blocked off again. Paimon doing her hardest to not to say Poisson is Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Every day it's something fucking new with Block On. Reels, nuts, what?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Hi, Fuina.
That's Farina, right over there.
She's having a day.
All on her own.
Shh! Shut the fuck up, Paimon. You're too loud.
She's like a small cat. You have to approach her slowly.
This is all meaningless.
Welcome, Riz, to Farina's existential crisis.
What was meant
Thousands are dead, and it's her fault.
After all, everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
I'm standing back there like a fucking goober.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
You could give me your hat.
Give me your hat.
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, we literally saw you having a mental breakdown. I think it's okay to be honest at this point.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Right, and you were quoting it when you were saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry over and over, right?
Yes,
Who did that
very true.
uncivilized rabble
Relax.
think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Damn, bitch. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
This, if you look at Figure A, it's what we call going through it.
Man, she's going to fold with the slightest provocation.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
There's a non-zero chance that she will fold in her own
after her.
weight.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are?
Time to fucking book
They're
it.
just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Do you want me to, like, splash water on them or something?
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Sans Undertale.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Please never say that name again.
Ness Earthbound.
Ness I diagnose you with Five Nights at Freddy's.
Ah! This I can't take this seriously with this stupid ass running animation.
It's not great.
No.
I don't know why they didn't use the sprint animation instead.
This should be
I really don't know why they didn't use the sprinting animation.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I
Five
suppose
FNAF
haste is
Stream
warranted.
next
Lead the way.
Halloween. There you go. I've made the promise for you. But you can
Shut
thank
up!
me
I am
later.
not streaming Five Nights at Freddy's. God. Also, you fool! You utter baboon! You absolute moron! I've entrapped you.
Paimon's exhausted.
You fly.
Flying is very challenging
So
sometimes.
tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden. This place isn't exactly soundproof.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
I'm just taking a moment to process the fact that Paimon just called Furina a, quote, good girl.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry, it's okay.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding.
Thousands are dead again, Farina.
Just think. Several of those deaths, all of them actually, are on you now.
It can't be.
Yay.
It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Anyway, in case it's not obvious, Farina will be remaining on screen for the duration of the quest. So.
Yay! Furina!
But the people of Poisson.
Now it's an ad break.
Perfect timing.
What's your favorite Furina fun fact?
Farina fun fact number 1. Her E drains health. Farina fun fact number 2. Press Q to buff your party based on health drain.
Wait a minute. I know what you're doing. You're reading the Catching Main's guide. I will not fall for your tricks, you deceiver. You purveyor of false truths.
Curses.
Furina fun fact number 3, macaroni.
Macaroni.
It is quite fashionable.
Lock-On's favorite Furina fact is that she looks like Amber. I think you're just being delusional at this point.
Yeah, no.
This is what a fully maxed out Amber player looks like, everyone. It's a late stage mental illness. See? Exhibit B, everyone.
Yes. It's time to put him down, unfortunately.
Your Honor, C6 Amber, death.
Death.
My fucking god. It is not by my hand that I am once again rolling Amber.
The ad break will be done in 50 seconds.
I can see. I actually have a thing that keeps track of it on my stream.
I will kill you.
Not if I kill you first, Ruby, and then I'll harvest all your Primogems and take your Fiorina. I will claim her as my own.
Imagine if this game had trading. Fucking imagine.
What, like Pokemon?
Yeah, just the nightmare economy that would ensue.
My favorite Fiorina fun fact is that the only Genshin character you were not reflexively repulsed by evidently turned out to be the best written one in the game. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Personally, I am more inclined to Neverlet, but
Monsieur Neverlet.
Monsieur Neverlet. But this is my
Most
favorite
assuredly not how it's pronounced.
I know a couple of French people, and I know if they were listening into me right now, they would be extremely depressed and distressed. Anyway, ad break over. Let's proceed back onto the trauma conga line for Fiorina.
Trauma.
Fiorina fun fact, she's French. That is not fun. Has Fiorina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Fiorina slowly calms down.
It's true.
Communication.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Sounds like you got dealt a really shit hand for a god.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
There it is again! The fucking heavenly principles. But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase.
I just read that.
Finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Thousands are dead, and it's your fault.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
What if the real heavenly principles was the friends we made along the way? You mean like... Pay no attention to my mouse cursor.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry.
What could he be doing?
I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Just don't know.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
I'll take this as a good sign this time.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims
Nothing a
of
theme
trivial
in
prophecy?
Wild's Guess. What is the theme lock on?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time! We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone.
What if she do it though? What if she does it anyway?
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible.
Almost like you should
It
tell
was
us what the
fated
fuck
right
is
from
going
the
on,
start
lady.
that this would be my duty alone.
Sure, but even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone.
Like me.
Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness?
Yeah, you're not even from here.
Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Which also means I don't technically have to give a shit about anything that happens here.
Yep, you don't live here. None of this is to your plight, technically.
None of this shit's my business. As far as I can tell, I might be a fucking, like, exile from some other gadget game that doesn't even exist yet.
And if Tevat is
Jesus
in
Christ,
its
can you imagine
entirety
how
a show on
horrifying?
a stage,
Don't even
then
joke about that.
you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Traveler from the hit new game Zenless Zone Zero.
I'm actually the final boss from Zenless Zone Zero.
Yeah.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Furina, for God's sake, just say something.
Speak.
Don't give me all your ideas.
What is this, a confession scene from a 90s dating sim?
She's gonna kiss you.
What the fuck?
Hey, you remember the first case? Well, if we just did that again.
We baited her.
Look at her anxious little face.
We were literally gonna get a confession out of her,
Ladies
but then...
and gentlemen, this concludes my
Timing.
opening performance.
Unfortunate.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
God damn it, Linny.
So, this is what it is.
This is your fault. You were running behind schedule.
You deserve
Everything else on the
praise
planet is
for the
running
effort
perfectly
you
fine.
took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Thanks, Riz.
May I interpret these words as
wait, did I say
refusal
something?
to stand trial?
No, it's because Mr. Crab made a typo for pumpkin spice, but because the word spick is a racially insensitive slur.
Oh, okay.
Contextually speaking, I'm going to talk about this because this is something educational. Spick is a slur that deliberately refers to Hispanics or Latinos. It's used interchangeably. It's fine. The use of the word isn't fine, but I understand that in this case it was just a fucking typo. It's just unfortunate that it's spelled that way.
In that
we should clarify to chat that it's okay for you to say that word
through a duel.
For people that don't know.
Especially allow racism towards Quip. Look, me personally speaking,
racism.
I don't particularly care what you call me. If you use racially insensitive words to describe me specifically, I don't care. I'm not affected by it. But I can't speak on the behalf of my entire race. If
My
other
stance
people
is...
who are offended by it, if there are other people from my race who are offended by it, I'm not going to allow that. If you call me that, I don't care. That's just me specifically, though. But again, that was a typo. I'm not gonna take it seriously.
Yeah. I follow the,
I, on the other hand, will steal your RuneScape account. I don't play around.
I follow the Woolly Madden school of racial sensitivity, which is it's really funny to try and get white people to say slurs.
You're racist was interfered with by Furina content. You're right. Let's all be racist towards Furina specifically.
Oh,
oh, the French. How disgusting.
It seems like you have made up your mind.
Croissant.
Croissant.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Wow, they are not giving her the benefit of the doubt here.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time.
Whoa there, Furina. People might start to think you're being sincere.
I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the
she is in
people
incredible
of Poisson.
pain.
It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too.
Also, for those of us who are
exceedingly
joining in with no context to Genshin Impact, feel free to ask if you have any questions regarding the context of the following scenes.
Yeah, please, because there is probably going to be a lot of information that is dumped in the next, I assume, half hour that may require a bit of explanation.
I would say hour and 30 minutes.
Jesus fucking Christ, we're about to watch a movie. Sorry, Furina.
But now,
I mean, it's fitting.
it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice.
Who is she talking to?
One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This
I was tricked. No one told me there would be this much Furina. I told you it was. She's the center of the quest. What did you think that meant, Aya?
The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin.
So, what would you call this case in a Ace Attorney game?
This is the last one.
Yeah, but what would you call it? You know, they're all turnabout blank.
I ain't got nothing.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
No. The rule is it has to include turnabout in it.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time,
turnabout.
I was thinking something more like arc to the turnabout.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Oh, man.
Who do you think, Furina?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Sup. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so?
Sup?
Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
You've only ever seen me on my Phoenix Wright days. Today you could have seen me on my Miles Edgeworth days. We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. There are two wolves inside you. One is Phoenix Wright, the other is Miles Edgeworth. Both are stupid.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Things are happening.
I didn't do shit, Furina.
Well, We did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
I should have hired Yanfei. Look at
It
my
is
lawyer,
very
dog. I'm
bizarre
going to
that
jail.
Most of the people
It is
who
funny
participated
that
in
in the
disturbance
Nation
this
of
morning
Justice
were my
we have not
subordinates.
met either of the canonical lawyers that we know. Both Yanfei and
They
Shinobu are
changed into plain
nowhere to be
clothes
seen.
and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Damn, we deliberately gave this woman a fucking anxiety attack.
Hell yeah, we did.
The autopsy report has been updated.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the
Ugh.
prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger
There are two
into a
holes
flame.
inside of you.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in
See,
wait
this is
there.
all well and good,
So
but can we
you
not
mean
destroy
the
any
ones who
possibility of
scoured the
goodwill?
settlement for me were also from the Spina.
The trial
And
has
their
already
goal was to
started,
force
dude.
you to
You
step
can't
into the
stop it.
giant
It's
magic
not how
box,
that works.
so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
Be polite about this.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
How long did it take to construct that fucking house?
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed
been,
was the
I
entire
think, 10
gap between
days.
Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You know what I did in preparation of this stream?
What?
I watched an episode of Monk.
I don't think that's
you're welcome.
fitting for this.
Of course, this
No,
performance
that's
was only
about
made
right.
possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Oh god, now I'm imagining the fucking generic... generic fucking mooks just going around constructing this damn house.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box,
Gotta
dig a
build
tunnel,
the
and open
fucking
up a path
house.
through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right.
We just
It
chose
wasn't
to
a
give you
sign of another
anxiety.
disaster to come.
It fit at the time.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there. Honestly, that's something I could actually picture Saul Goodman doing.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Clarence
Karina, we
thought.
hereby conclude you are among us.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Or someone as stupid as me.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Also, I just love how she barely pokes her head up above the fucking stand.
As for you, traveler,
Look at her short.
I suppose your role was to keep me distracted
Womanly.
with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Objection!
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. Now we have to beat your ass the hard way. We hope that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived on the stage.
Is that
so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Fiorina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor,
Just
please
don't know.
allow me to pass this
Never
along.
know.
This is a document that
I'm
Miss
sure we'll
Charlotte
find out in
applied
a minute.
for and received permission to
We'll
share
never
with
know.
you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Ah, the autopsy report.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't
Hey,
this the
Charlotte.
exclusive interview that she
On
did
the,
with
on
us
the screen for
before?
0.2
She's already
seconds.
finished it, huh? Wait,
She only came here to
means
deliver
this
psychic damage
it's
to
a perfect
specifically you.
timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Every time I see Charlotte, I hear a vine boom in my head with the flash of her face.
So in other words, we can refer to this
For context, for those joining in later,
every time we want to
Quip
use
has yet
something
to
from our
obtain
journey as
Farina.
evidence for an argument.
I rolled, I think,
You got two. You got 3 Charlottes.
3 Charlottes, but how many times did I actually roll? I had about roughly
You got
70
10k
pulls?
gems. Yeah, you got 10k gems.
God.
10k gems and plus 9 fates. So 10 divided by those 100.
60, right?
10,000.
16 times 6 is 96, Ruby.
Yeah, okay. So you need 10 more polls ish. You're unlucky 20.
Deep breaths, deep breaths.
It's a super practical gift.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Don't give me color commentary, Charlotte.
I didn't think that you
Review
wanted to
the
get into the
evidence,
bottom of the
Quip.
case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillet had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Wait, this dude's still missing. Fuck, I just realized.
No one knows who Child is.
She's an
He's still
extraordinary
gone.
person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillet, both Child and
Hey,
that
wait a
whale should
second,
have
wait
been
a
in the
second.
primordial sea
He's
at
not
that
doing
time.
anything evil. He's not that smart.
No, I think Child is fucking lost in the sauce right now.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
All right, here we go. Time to lawyer up,
Prosecution
everyone.
and the defense are both in position.
Show her your
The trial
badge.
shall now
Show her
begin.
your badge.
It's showtime. Where in the world is Mr. Worldwide?
Oh, come on, Nervilette.
Dale.
There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
This is something only Lock-On would get, I think, and a couple of others who might be in chat. But I like to imagine Child's in that fucking dimension at the end of Getter Robo Armageddon. Just fucking
Okay,
fighting off a bunch of
I know
horrific
what you're talking
monsters.
about. I know what you're talking
Of
about.
course, it is only natural
Lock on.
for humans to
She's
struggle
petite.
to
Be
understand
polite.
the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
Ironically, Fiorina's not the surfboard in the relationship.
That's true.
but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Oh god, I'm talking.
Instead, I
Get
would like to
ready
charge you as a
for more of
fraud
that.
who's
It's
never
gonna
been
get
the
weird.
Archon in the first place.
Hey! That's what I said!
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
And so begins the trial. Strap in, everyone.
I was cooking, chat. I was onto something.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Girl is flabbergasted.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail.
Your
in this
badge.
case.
Show him your badge.
Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
There's one way to know for sure have her waterbend. That's not even foolproof. She could just have a vision.
See? Even the Oratries has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never
Well, no,
be
a vision has to be it's on you. It's a physical object you have to have. She doesn't have one.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a
The only reason Zhongli and fucking Venti have visions is because they have fake ones. Raiden and Nahida do not.
our lives. What do you say to that?
Yeah, but Nahida hides herself anyway, so nobody even knows who she fucking is.
And the Raiden Shogun doesn't need to hide at all.
That's the point. The only reason an Archon would have a vision is because if it was a fake vision.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if she... this is nullified by the fact that she doesn't have one in the first one. I'm saying if she did have a vision, it could just...
Yeah.
Yeah. If she was actually an Archon, then it would just be a fake, but if it wasn't, then she would actually be using the vision. But clearly she doesn't have a vision in the first place, so this point is moot.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Technically, you could also remove her vision and see if she still could demonstrate her power without a
beliefs of the
vision.
people.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the first place, we're already at that point. She doesn't have a vision on her.
Yeah.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Well, this is the part where I get to speculate. I think you're an enchanted human being.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
It's your answer.
Me personally speaking, my strongest gut feeling is that the actual Hydro Archon somehow enchanted her to be immortal, but she is otherwise a regular, pathetic human being. I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? She revealed that she had already probed Farina around and believes it is possible that not only is Farina not really the Archon, but that she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
First of all,
What do you think?
you
Well,
may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Regrettably, Ruby, it would seem that I actually paid attention to the story.
you have watched the game.
Who gave you that idea?
It is unfortunate. He has subjected himself to the Genshin.
Low as to use a harbinger's words
And if I asked
against
to
me.
watching, I think I might have just played upon realizing this would be 2 hours of Genshin content.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So, Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Shut the hell your mouth, you fucking dweeb. You don't know shit. Look at you. We were fucking NPCs.
He's got glasses. He knows something.
Intelligent.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
It doesn't, which is why we're gonna prove it again.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Okay, so do something that humans can't.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Good points, Furina. Unfortunately... Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. She's just bullshitting.
When asking Nahida just do it, well, yeah, but she's not here. We don't have her on speed dial. She's a full fucking country away. What do you think?
There you go. For some reason, I was looking for something else.
You tried to
Hi,
reference
Pixel
the
Keeper.
Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Yeah, she literally just bullshitted, like, well, you know, sometimes, you know, one thing I should...
Gods work
Didn't
in
I make
mysterious
myself
ways.
clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally
Slap bass in the
difficult for
background.
humans to comprehend.
Yep.
There is no need to provide an
You guys
explanation.
couldn't possibly understand my
Lady Farina,
reasoning.
I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in
My
order.
one is growing so many brain cells.
I'm telling you, man, she's been different ever since she put on those stupid Groucho glasses.
While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Maybe the glasses are the real Archon.
I never thought you'd
I
use
don't wanna
that
think
kind of
about that.
rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely
Turnabout's
reiterated
fair
the
play,
rules of the
Farina.
court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Man, Furina really is acting like a bunch of, like, what any corrupt official would act like whenever they were placed on fucking trial. Can't you put on exception for me? I'm the mayor, guys. I'm the mayor. Just look at me. I'm just a little guy.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty,
Look, but look at how Jamal like I'm a cute fail wife and everything.
Instead of having been
People are
created
dead,
by you,
Farina.
the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Look at this little Angie baby.
The real
Angie.
Hydro Archon. Well,
Yeah, I think I
now
is
you're
fucking Vale.
really losing me. It is true
that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a
Only
guilty
so much
verdict that day.
fucking Genshin Impact limit you can take.
Is
But
this
the
too much,
Oratrice
Furina?
handed out that verdict unilaterally.
Possibly too much
and it
Furina.
has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses.
She's moving the
Seems
goalposts.
like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
But then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My
show the
power
class.
as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Just make a bubble.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Yep, just make a bubble, Furina. What's the problem?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Just sing under the sea.
Jesus.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that
Great job,
a
Furina.
huge stretch?
Speaking of faith in the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
Let's smash cut to
Can
the
a god with
audience,
no
shall
power
we?
even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
She went from believe in me to believe me. Really makes you think.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough.
All of this could have been avoided, Furina. All you had to do was tell me the truth before we did all this shit.
Tell me then. If I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
As always, this is an Ace Attorney case, so now you must find the real one.
Before the game reveals it, I want to place my guess.
Sure.
Okay.
The real Hydro Archon was the voice that we heard in the child case. The one that Linny specifically heard, coming from the fucking scale.
That is a neat thing to remember.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Because as far as we can tell, the scale is the truest source that we have, if it's not Furina. So that would be the closest thing we have to an actual divine authority. So, the essence of whatever is in that scale is probably the essence of the actual Archon. That's my assumption.
Wow.
That's a good theory.
She came up with yet
I like
another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human... Let's read this again. No, not that either. Turns out for the years, Shay kidnapped and dissolved a girl for experiments.
I do not like where this is going.
is
We
that?
can pour Primordial Sea on her, can't we?
I do not like where this is going.
Just give it a little, just a little dissolving.
But is this the clue that I would use? Because all the blacked out ones are irrelevant, which means... Huh.
It's up to you.
See, I get the general idea of what I'm supposed to be conveying, but I don't know which one accurately represents that the best.
Just go with your gut. It's fucking Genshin. You know,
Whatever.
there's no penalty for picking the wrong one.
It has been established.
Oh, okay.
Actually, yeah, it's gonna be that one because that's the one Fontanians can be dissolved by primordial seawater.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta find the one that says what you're trying to convey.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Imagine every time someone interrupts the fucking case like that, Nerval just fires a tiny little beam at them.
You need to, like, sit the
Super
fuck
sorry,
down.
Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now,
I will
brought some
note this is
seawater
like
from
the
Poisson.
10th time that
As
Navia has
everyone
done
knows,
this,
a
and the
massive
fact she's
flood
doing
struck the
fucking
area
perjury
not
right
long
now is
ago.
impressive.
Taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Bro, what?
If we are to believe that you
Would
are
you like to
indeed
give
the
it a dip?
real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no
You
effect
shouldn't have
on you.
anything to be scared of.
All it should do is strengthen your case.
The spiciest water.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Vodka.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
I am against the idea of...
Oh my god.
Unaliving yourself on stage?
She's actually stubborn enough to actually go through with this. I should probably stop her. Farina?
Lady
Farina?
Farina, this test has been
you can
unilaterally
stop.
proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
But refusing it would be pretty damning. It's like invoking the fucking fifth.
Basically.
Context for you non-Americans. Invoking the fifth means you have the right to remain silent.
But remaining
You
silent
cannot
isn't a
be
great one.
compelled to act in your prosecution or
An
proceed
adversity of yourself, essentially. You can't be forced to say anything that could implicate you of a crime.
Yeah.
Well, of course he had to
Lock
tell
on,
her
we're
that,
not dissolving
but refusing
two
to
people
participate
in this
is
room.
basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Basically what this guy just said.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
Someone needs to touch it first to make sure it started its face. Would anyone else like to drink the soup first?
What's going on?
Just to
Is
make
she
sure.
really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Oh, we're about to see the legendary Ace Attorney breakdown.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Fuck it, weak ball.
Hey!
She actually did it! The absolute mad woman!
I'm fine! Look! Look at me, everyone! My
1 second later.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Oh!
Let me see.
He's invoked the curse, Doofy.
That
Quit
should be
taking
enough.
critical damage upon
Please
perceiving
announce the
Oomphy.
results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh, we tricked her. We diluted it.
Someone did.
Thank you, Miss
Navia
Siegewin.
clearly was not
Lady
aware
Farina,
that this
may
was the
return
plan.
to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
You forget, though. If it's diluted enough, people can drink it and it'll make them fucking crazy high. And not anything else that I might have said earlier.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems,
Mm-hmm.
we did originally
Totally, Mr.
prepare a
Quill.
direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
The Oomphy's fucking legs don't even reach the floor.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged
Look
it
at
for
her
a sample
dangling.
that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual
I
human.
think Navia's concern
After
was
all,
more of the
on the
ridiculousness
off
of her
chance that
trying
something
to do that.
entirely
Yes.
unexpected might occur.
Which of course means that whatever she is, she's hiding. She would rather fucking die than say
She
it.
did just try to kill herself on stage.
Yes.
She would rather die than be proven wrong. To be proven a fraud.
We don't want anyone else to lose their
Perhaps
life
she
to
just
the
does
sea.
not want to say whatever it is she has to say.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have... I can't believe... You...
Oh, she's drugged out of her mind right now, then.
No, not really.
Oh, never
she,
mind.
She just got a little zoot.
Just a little zooted as a treat.
You gotta chug it.
What's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she actually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life? Yeah, I think I might be dealing with an unhinged psycho now. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare
She's
to
trying.
just put my hand in that kind of water?
Those are starting to sound a lot more like tears than laughter. The council has decided you are cringe.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear,
Cringe,
I
Oomphy.
really am your Archon.
Yep, this is her Ace Attorney breakdown moment. Or rather, her Perry Mason
Even
moment.
Nervalette's pose thing.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her
Go
now.
post and just bring a shotgun next time.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her.
Guys, I think we might have accidentally broken her.
It's fine.
In
Bro,
my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
She's in the fucking void, bro.
guilty.
Nah, she's not looking too hot right now. I like the prophecy.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
This is the part where she froths? What does that mean?
Frothing at the mouth.
Oh,
She can't handle it.
I was really confused. I thought you meant like in like a liquid.
Do you not know what frothing at the mouth is?
No, no, I know what it means. It just didn't parse it that way at first.
Huh?
Well, what's wrong?
I parsed it as like frothing like a liquid, and I was trying to visualize that.
Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays
That would be a
guilty
bad
verdict.
look, wouldn't it?
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
May have
The death sentence?
exceeded the scope of the original plan.
Sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
Now, to be fair, impersonating God for 500 years is probably a fucking sentence punishable by death.
On the other hand, this was probably not part of the plan.
It's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show
This
her
is
the
a load of barnacles.
How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences.
That being said, it said the Hydro Archon guilty, punishable by death. We just proved Farina isn't the Hydro Archon.
That would be an interesting thing, isn't it?
So we just condemned the actual Hydro Archon to death.
Is this sentence really appropriate?
But why
for
would the
crimes
actual
that have
Hydro
been
Archon be
committed?
condemned to death for Farina's crime?
Now that's an interesting question that I can't answer, Ruby.
Yeah, even Vashay wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances
Oh, hey,
case.
look. It's saying what I just said. What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
No,
Lockett, I don't
has been
think
lost
Child...
in this fucking ocean for the past 3 months.
Alright, I need you
No,
guys to
The
understand.
Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro
We have 2
Archon.
brain cells. Child has
What does this
1.
mean?
And he's currently
Yeah.
doing his best to get it killed via drowning.
Also, why would he do any of this if it doesn't involve him fighting?
Yes. Child is too busy trying to fist fight a
may
whale in the
interrupt.
fucking ocean.
Is the trial still going? Fremine! You finally
Child
made
literally
it.
has one
I assume this
motivation,
means
and
you
that's all you need
completed
to
your mission?
understand.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will
And
always
twice
be
you
top
sniff
priority.
Child, and that's weird.
There are people here who would sniff Child. Not me. But some people. With some help from the other Fatui, Farina brings a stone slate to the stage.
That the first
Huh?
prophecy slate? Huh. So
Found the rock.
privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere
What
and
a weird
finally
rock.
found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded?
Fucking kudos to that, by the way.
Doesn't that mean I've come too late?
God bypass all the danger
Oh,
sauce.
no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry. The actual mystery hasn't been resolved yet. Still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work,
Boy,
Mr.
it's a fucking
Felony.
doozy.
Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. So in other words, the primordial seawater isn't turning them into Oceanids, it's reverting them to monkey.
Return to monkey.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
So was it that the sin was turning the Oceanids into humans in order to give them a sense of individuality?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in
That is indeed
Fontaine
the
up
main
until
question.
this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Oh, re-expended all the Traveler voice acting budget.
Yeah, we're out of cash. Back to Paimon.
The budget as visually represented by Nervalet's Bite and Blast. Select check the descriptions on the other stone slates to extract the key information from them. I don't know where I got the word other from, but I said it, so it's there. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There, you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. I'm sure this isn't a metaphor for anything. Also, an ad break is going to start in about 10 seconds, so I'm going to get up to take a piss. Entertain them, Ruby. Entertain them all.
Wait, what do I have to do?
Start talking about the history of France.
I don't know anything about France.
It's okay, you can make it up, no one cares.
So in the 1800s, there was the god Matanui, and he.
Okay, that's not France.
I don't know where to go with this. You kids like Bionicle? God.
Ah.
They can talk about Neopets. That exists. You kids like Neopets, right? That's what's in nowadays. Oh no. Oh god, it's an ad break again. You
Yeah,
can't
it's
even
gonna
hear
be a
me
while.
now. You can't even hear me now.
No, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry too much about it. So who wants to hear about the scuttling of the French fleet at Toulon?
God. What else? The fucking
Tough crowd.
tough crowd. Wish I could fucking know what the kids were into, I'll be real. I tried looking at Fortnite and I just don't get it.
Fortnite, Skibbity Toilets.
Yeah, no. I can get Skibbity Toilet. No, Skibbity Toilet's understandable to me. That's just
Okay,
fucking
now.
Gmod shit posts.
Well, yes, but why can't it just be Gmod shitposts?
It's Gmod shit posts, but like strung into like a coherent storyline, quote unquote.
And that kind of
And I
defeats the
guess
purpose of the Gmod shitposts.
I guess, yeah, no.
Wow, are you guys talking about Gmod shit posts? Is that like Skibbity Toilet?
Yes,
And we've gone full circle. Are we still on an ad?
Yes, we
Yes,
are.
we're still on an ad. We had another minute of ad.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I mean, I got my drink.
So wait a second. Does this mean that Aya wasn't around to watch Furina breakdown?
Oh, she sure missed out.
Oh, yeah, no, Aya's been gone. I don't know where Aya is. I'm not gonna bother her if she's no longer desiring to experience Genshin Impact.
She's been banished to the forest.
Woods for you. Would teleport to the woods.
She belongs to the knights. No, not that way.
Yeah, phrasing.
Phrasing.
But yeah, holy shit! This is my favorite part about these kind of games. When it actually is an Ace Attorney game, for example, I like when I speculate and I'm proven right. It feels good.
The intrigue they have built in Fontaine is very strong. Welcome back from ad break, by the way, everyone.
Oh, we're back. Awesome, excellent.
Yep.
Which means it's time to further humiliate her.
It's time to bully the child.
Let's be perfectly honest. We've already gotten to the point where I don't know if we can humiliate Furina further. But we can humiliate the Hydro Archon.
Well, if
yeah, Furina's tapped out. She's in a coma. She's out.
Oh, that
she's gonna be fine after she has a good cry for another 5 years.
We're gonna go into her fucking comatose dream and torment her further, like we're kind of fucking Freddy Krueger. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. The real events related to the prophecies on the prophecy stage.
Mods, remove this man's bottom tag. Also, hello, Aya. I'm glad that you are still here.
Divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
I'm gonna be real with you. My experience with Oceanids has been unpleasant, to say the least. So, turning them into humans is peak comedy for me.
Yes. Power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into
Summer
humans,
Oceanid event was great.
If you want to imagine the future of Wild, imagine the Traveler clawing for the surface of the water forever.
You know, though, that Summer Oceanid event was pretty nice. That was the one Oceanid who's like, oh, you're not so bad. I like you.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together.
Onwards.
But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydra Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydra Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Really makes you think, Paimon.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea,
We've been working on that, Lock-On.
on her throne, and so on.
We are, in fact, working on nuking the Heavenly Principles.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Alrighty.
Did Paimon just use a euphemism?
Maybe. The stone slate to the room showing the prophecy of the future. The first piece that was originally missing has been found from an A. It seems to show the former Hydra Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people. We can't verify that.
Yes, we can.
We can verify the reverse, I guess. So I guess A equals B, B equals A. Is it this obvious? Yeah, okay.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, The Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
I keep making the mistake of second guessing myself because I assume Genshin is more subtle about things than it really is. Which is
that was
honestly
your first mistake.
Yeah, that's
That
an
was
honest to God mistake.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
As foretold by Gyromancy.
Yay!
It shows the Hydro Archon seeking the sea, surrounded by many people. The entrance to the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone. Fell into water containing primordial seawater.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
And lastly, Fontaines will be eventually dissolved into the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep.
That's a fucking loaded statement, isn't it?
What part am I verifying again?
Check it. Just mouse back over it again.
The prophecy is happening. I want to say this is the end one, but it's highlighting the statement that I don't think is... whatever, let's say it. Yeah, okay. Well, in that case, it'd have to be the Nervalette one. Okay.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
I didn't do shit!
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
We did it, chat!
Kyle bullied.
We have verified the apocalypse.
Use the truth bullet.
Truth bullet directly into Furina's bed.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Okay.
Let's hear them.
Well, the first slate reveals that Fontanians are not real humans. That's right, you're all fish people.
Incredible.
Yep,
Minnie,
good luck.
Did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
The French are not human.
Checks out.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Truly, making people was a mistake.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true
Most
sin
horrifying creation of all, the French.
was creating us?
We're abominations. Well, not we. I'm not French.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate. Unless...
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
It's certainly bizarre.
Well, that only makes sense if we interpret Furina as the Hydro Archon, which we've already proved that she isn't. So, because of that, we can technically just assume... Oh, you motherfucker. Give me a second.
Oh, something going on?
Luck is making me put on my nerd glasses because of how I'm talking.
Oh, yes. Put your glasses on. Nothing will go wrong.
This still can ontologically follow if we take it as metaphor.
Yeah.
Which really means that this is the part of the prophecy that has not happened yet, is about to happen, and then things really get out of hand.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters. And
that can't be
only
good.
the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Actually...
Did Paimon get all that right?
We'll put you in a locker quick.
I'd like to see you try. Actually, I'm pretty sure you could. You could probably suplex me, couldn't you?
Yeah.
I'm very much
easily.
hoping that someone's got eyes on Furina during this whole thing.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't
Do
know,
you think she
it is
looks like she's
impressive
in
that
any
you've already
condition to
managed
run?
connect so many pieces of the truth.
No, but that's the biggest reason to watch her.
She needs to have a safety check, a wellness check.
However, while you
know what
were
would be
able to
really
decode all the
inconvenient?
information
If
on
someone
the slates,
looked up to the balcony
you've
and there
also
wasn't a
been etched with
Furina
an
there.
additional layer of hidden
Yeah, that would suck.
information using a different power
That would
source.
certainly be an issue.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
Well, here's an interesting thing to consider. Celestia wants more Oceanids. It's not that so much as, like, what happens when you create humans. Like, if they're all Oceanids, then they are all affiliated with water. But if they're turned into humans, we get shit like Lenny being able to use fire magic. That is not natural.
Now that the slate
It's
collection is
also
complete,
less of a case
I shall
of
make
the
another
idea
attempt to
that
decipher the narrative
the Hydro
recorded
Archon
within.
couldn't create
If
beings.
everything goes well,
It's more...
we should
She
find
did it
out
without
the
permission.
Get the
form of
permit.
unadulterated truth.
Yeah.
It's an
she did
affront
that shit
to the
without
divine.
You got a license for that?
She looked at Celestia and pissed on them, basically.
I like to imagine it's like Furina doing like crab poses at Celestia while she does this.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Hey, look at that.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
So they got sick of living in water. So they're like, all right, Little Mermaid time.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
It just occurred to me, that's how the original Little Mermaid ends. Ariel, she goes back to the ocean, but she dissolves.
Oh, fun. Man, they really did not they just did not care about the kids back then, did they?
That connection didn't like click in my head until just now.
However, even though water as an element is
Actually,
intricately linked with the power
it does
of
go a
life,
little bit worse,
the Hydro
considering the
Archon, as
original
one of the
legend
seven,
says
did
that
not
if you're a
possess the
good
authority
girl
to
and
create a
boy,
new form
her
of
soul
human
will
life.
eventually make it to heaven.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
That sounds incredibly painful.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly
Would you
principles
like your
to
skin
create a
to be
new human
removed?
race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the
We're
original
going to
sin
remove your
of
bones, Quip.
appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
All of them.
Ah! Would that be worse than getting your femur broken?
That is the
Probably.
true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Well, not you specifically. Your ancestors.
Yeah.
That's way too
You're
much
like
information for me.
you can be mixed.
I think I'm just going to pretend that I never
That's
heard
how
a
that
single
works.
thing.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna process that. I'm gonna let that slide.
After all, her only sin was creating us.
Moving on.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
How would you feel if one day it was revealed to you in court that you were just a fucking bottle of Dasani?
Alas, your hypothesis regarding
I'd
the
probably
third and
live
fourth
with
stone
that.
slates
I
was
have no particular attachment to my
respective
humanity.
positions
Still
are,
get a
in
driver's
fact,
license?
Correct.
Yeah, that's an important question.
No, you don't get a license. Water can't drive.
Does water have to pay taxes?
Why am I seriously considering this question? No, you would not have to pay the tax.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Finally, I'm free. So, they are in the right order? What's the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro,
Then
as
also
well
does
as the
not get
nation
human
of
rights.
trials and justice.
I mean,
instead of being the
yeah.
literal element, the water in the scene
taxes.
symbolizes judgment and justice.
You're right. We're gonna tax the shit out of water.
You may also recall
according to my
Nadia's experience.
knowledge about
When she fell into the
Dasani
sea,
and
her
Nestle,
consciousness
water
was
is free,
surrounded by
man.
that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore,
So
the
free.
meaning of the third slate is
I
But
don't
the
know about
people of
Nestle.
Fontaine shall try
Oh,
the
you know,
hydro
just with a
bug
little watershed.
at the court of justice.
My genuine reaction to this information is 3 spaced out exclamation marks.
You moved. True, so true, bestie.
Yes, it refers to our present
But
situation.
yeah, no, this was what I was expecting here.
I think
things
I'm
are going
following
poorly.
now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
We just played the prophecy's hand, baby. Everyone's about to get drowned.
in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Oops.
What should we do?
I don't know.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Well, good luck being fish people, everyone. I guess I'll be sure to visit you
In the ocean.
when I have to do my commissions. I guess.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Well, it's a pretty good sign.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Oh, that's not good.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've
Monsieur,
already
know
encountered
that.
it once
Please tell me
before.
you're not saying we're going to have worse.
I have? What is the
This
true source of the
eruption is just a
catastrophe?
small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Is... Oh my god. Is this related to child?
What do you mean?
Fuck! Okay. What is the true source of the prophecy disaster will likely spread from the fortress of Meripede.
Farina will return to the screen momentarily, Aya. She's too busy having a coma right now. So we're still talking about her.
The evidence of verifies the intrusion of the prophecy. I don't like that this has been included. Because this means there's a non-zero chance that the cause of the fucking everything that's happening right now is this fucking whale, which I refuse to believe.
What's the problem, Quip?
Oh, shit, I was clicking the wrong thing. Oh god, it's the fucking...
It was both dream and reality.
It's being caused by a giant fucking whale?
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Ah, yeah, baby, we're gonna repeat Heaven's word.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
And that's a lie. Fruity's right there on the screen.
There she is. Now she's gone.
Uh-oh. Well, it's a good thing we figured that one out.
This is the 10th of a pre-rendered cutscene. Anyway, we should all run. You should all leave. You should all leave very quickly.
Oh, I will.
Good timing. Politely waiting for us to finish the trials.
Somehow I blame Child for this.
But you pressed it and it didn't blame child. Yet.
It's not Child's fault somehow.
Oh, hi, Child.
Here to save the day.
What are you talking about? He just wanted to fight the whale.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you recruit the final boss as an ally.
Biden left.
I can't believe Child caused 3 diplomatic incidents because he wanted to fight the whale.
Child's like, holy shit, I'm back here?
Oh, I'm out. Oh, hey, you're alive. Cool.
Oh, later.
Okay.
All right, have fun,
guys.
dude.
I'm out.
Oh, there he goes.
By the way, he's been fighting that whale for like 3 weeks with half his moveset. Because you're still holding his vision.
Wait, was that the huge whale
You've
you
been
saw
holding
in your
his vision this whole time.
That's right. I'd wager that's the same fucking whale you saw when he was a kid.
So we've met it at last. I understand. very well
Unfortunately,
why he's
Ruby,
chosen to make
there
an
will be
appearance
nothing
here.
that will top this for him in the rest of his life.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Oh shit, it's the closest thing to a me.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea,
What?
using it to grow. That is the main cause
It's
for
not
the
from this
rising sea
world.
levels. And once it
Yeah.
has finished
What could it
consuming
be?
all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Your Lunchables.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
Huh.
Is this related to the Yellow Quest? No, it is not.
That reminds me. Opera House.
That sure is a big gaping hole in the fabric of reality, isn't it?
Oh, shush.
It really just all blends in together with every game I've been streaming in the past month.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
You've been in a lot of
Into the
theaters
hole,
recently.
Won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Man, I don't want to think. God damn it.
From the way he looked, he must have been
The
fighting the creature
greatest
for quite a
toymaker
long
in
time.
Snezhnaya!
So this means he's been fighting that fucking whale for 3 weeks, right?
4 weeks actually, yeah.
A month. Excellent.
connection with that whale, but
You were in jail for 4 weeks and he vanished right before you left. So yeah.
Food will taste like ash for a whole year. He will not be able to sleep at night.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea.
The joke is he gets off on fighting.
At this point,
nothing
it
left
has
for him
become
after
practically
this.
integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Well, I guess it's up to me to dive in, huh?
That's not something
No, you
I
can't
will accept.
possibly kill it.
We've already
Even
done
Archon
everything
can't
we
kill it.
can,
No,
and we
no
even
fucking
found
way
the
in hell
true
you can
culprit.
scratch it, bucko. The fuck you think you are?
I am someone who exists outside the rules of this reality.
We've come
Yeah,
so
what do you have? A
far.
sword.
You can't just tell
What's
me
your
that
game
the last
plan?
hurdle is
I have the
Nice
power
sword.
of gacha on my side.
That's just not
Do you?
fair.
Are you really wild?
Indeed.
Why don't you summon
Not how a grand
Fiorina?
performance should end.
Why'd you have to go there, man?
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophet.
Also, yeah,
I didn't
we are
know
nearing the
that.
end of this
I
cutscene.
need to spread my suffering.
Prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what.
Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, But if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
You know, it could just be my fucking delusional brain acting up, but I'm pretty sure I just heard the voice actor take like a kind of a deep breath in between the lines like that. It was weird.
I don't remember that, so it might have been you.
Great, I'm going insane. Could it be
Good job, Clip.
that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Well, isn't that fucking convenient? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina! What was it that she wanted to say to me in the last moment in the giant magic box?
I should ping at Ayanavi. Furina is returning to the screen again. There you go.
Whenever Furina's not on the screen, we should be saying, wait,
Where's
I
Furina?
forgot about Furina!
Where's Furina?
What is her real secret? What is she hiding? Does she know?
Chat, does she know?
All in her mind?
Is she stupid? Oh, that's not
What's
good.
happening with the oratories?
Why didn't Furina simply use her hydro magic?
It is
Is she
preparing to carry
stupid?
out the death sentence.
Oh, that's not good.
She's still just fucking zonked out.
Yeah, she's going through it.
Nervalat!
I still need answers.
Fight and blast me! What the fuck?
Welcome to the Mind Palace.
Oh, hey, Fossilor. There's no fucking way in hell that's anyone but her. Come on. Tell me I was right. Tell me I was... Oh. I have to do it, Ruby. I'm contractually obligated. Feet.
What? Thanks.
Nice score.
It is sure certainly is a gigantic hanging sword.
Do you think this is gonna be an alt outfit for her eventually?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
Maybe.
I couldn't help myself.
See, this is the Amber Lee Connors voice that sounds very close to her Android 18 voice.
This is what you expected.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment.
You cut out.
A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
This is the Amber Lee voice that I...
But to answer your question...
That is basically the Android 18 voice.
Fossilor.
Ah, yes,
You know,
yes.
the god.
Fossilor.
Hello, Fossilors.
Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Someone please time out Lock-On for 10 minutes.
She said the line!
Deceiving
Said the
heavenly
line!
principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
Why do you keep saying one like that?
She knew full well that the prophecy
what?
would surely come to pass.
Like that.
And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, As you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
That's not the line. The line is Genshin Impact. We already had that in Act 1.
Yeah, well, no, the
mulling
impact
it
part
over,
hasn't been said yet. Just
alone on
Genshin.
the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
She cheated reality, didn't she? She cheated reality by containing her actual divine essence inside the fucking scales, while leaving behind Furina as a pathetic little failure of a woman. Is that about right?
I had to outwit
Yeah,
the heavenly
we'll find out.
principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Yeah, I will say this. Among all the Archons, Jira probably cocked it up the most.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt.
That's a tall order.
I did not
Not gonna
choose
lie.
this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
And that's also part of what I assume motivated her to create Furina.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
I was right!
The me
Beans
you see
woman.
before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named
Beans
Furina.
woman.
Which is why she's able to be immortal. I was pretty much on the money, wasn't I? She split herself, and she cursed the human part of her to be immortal so that she could act as a stand-in for the actual Hydro Archon, and no one would fucking dare to, like, defy that because they just assume, yeah, that's the fucking Hydro Archon. What else are we gonna do? And that way the prophecy could just play out, and then she would be like, hey, I'm here now! Ah, fantastic.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in
Missing
between.
some aspects, though.
She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
I magically filled myself with anxiety to trick existence.
But in
I
my
gave
eyes,
myself anxiety.
Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way.
Those are funny.
The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Yeah, okay.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
My plan was to create a version of myself that was such a failure that the prophecy would come true in a way that favored me.
Do you still remember
Excellent
the
game
final
plan.
scene of the prophecy?
Masterful
The
gambit,
Hydra
lady.
Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
That fucking sword is floating above her head like it's some kind of fucking indicator in a Nintendo 64 racing game.
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Man, we have not met an Archon who was actually the Archon since Liyue.
Yeah.
You get what I mean,
Oh,
right?
Raiden.
No, we met the Shogun. We did not meet... We didn't
Yes,
meet the
well-
actual Archon until we
later.
confronted her.
Yeah.
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 Well, we're meeting Fosler now, is what I'm saying. It's like, we don't actually meet the Archon of that fucking country until the very end.
It's been 500 years.
I mean, to be fair, why would we stick around? Hey, you're
And
the
all
Archon.
along,
Hey, have you seen my sister?
She's been playing
No?
her part
Okay.
in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
The next Fire Archon is gonna have 5 clones or some shit. Actually, the Fire Archon is 16 people at the same time. I came into contact with Furina's tears? If I remember correctly, tears often suggest a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I, as Geo-Traveler, can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? How lewd. Furina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment.
Are you ready for the Farina Power Hour?
That probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Next Archon is 3 raccoons in a coat. Oh, I can't climb. I actually have to fucking walk. How dare you, game?
Biden blast.
Oh,
What was that you were saying about invading her
really
dream?
cute to come onto this stage. Now,
I was right about two.
understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me, Farina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless
There's some
Fontanians
proper UI
are
fuckery
upon
going
me.
on.
I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. They're still getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? That's called years of coping with anxiety.
Her
have
body
to find a
language
way.
is painful.
Yes.
She couldn't get more
Dear
clothes
audience,
pointing a gun at
The
you.
performance
What the hell is this?
Experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Oh, you bitch!
Shadows of fate, decided by destiny.
Settle down.
You're gonna get the 19 inches of bite and blast!
Book demands it.
Easy. This is some Kingdom Hearts shit.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
God damn it.
Midnight,
Whatever.
Fantasmical.
Ow! Alright, screw it.
Written in the stars.
I'm just feeling clip.
Silence. Huh. Let the mighty be humbled.
Alright, Furina. Show's over.
Being this woman.
That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. This sure does save on voice acting. True. Scene 1, before a mirror, Furina. Oh wait, it's a silent film, so I'm not even gonna narrate it. We gotta be immersed.
So smart. What?
Go on.
Yeah.
I get to play as her for 10 seconds!
Savor it.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Damn, look at that self-perception that even her own reflection is taller than her.
Don't worry about it.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow.
Well, someone had to drill it into her.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Furina moment.
And only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Fucking under-exaggeration of the century.
Oh,
Somewhat. Just
so
you
there's
know,
still
few
hope after
years.
all.
Just a few
Goodness,
years.
you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
This is the
This is
most
kind of
effective,
self-deception.
the most effective case of self-gaslighting in existence.
Being a human yourself,
I mean, she's not
I'm
making
sure
herself
you
think she's
already
the
know
Hydro
what
Archon. She's just
such an
telling her
entity
other
would
self.
be like.
You just gotta start lying for a few hundred years.
Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
Just to clarify something, though, the fucking whale has nothing to do with this, right?
This part now.
A trial.
Are you saying the whale was just a coincidence?
I'll be looking
It's prophecy, Zan.
Scene 2, Accession Speech, Verena. Look at her with her stupid hat.
The whale's role in this is independent of what the whale wants to do.
I think it's actually very dependent on what the whale wants to do, but
The whale wants to eat. It is a being of consumption. It has no real instinct other than to continue
it's a
consuming.
gotcha player.
Yes, correct.
I'm consuming!
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
My god, if only it was this easy just to fucking button prompt. Summon courage!
Ladies
If
and
only.
gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
A pure earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
A shout out to the voice acting. There's a distinction between her voice as she's portrayed at the start of her career versus when we first meet her, where she's just an arrogant little brat. Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together.
Bless her little heart.
This
She's trying.
do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully
It's so easy to be a god for one day.
my thoughts just fine.
Not do it for 500 years.
And next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Thank God I'm not the one in this position, because I don't have the temperance for this shit.
I would cry. I
Did you
would
hear
just
that?
cry.
She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If they want a great Archon, they should go to Inazuma. Look how that turned out. That turned out great, magnificently.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Yeah, you don't have to actually be an effective leader. You have to just fucking pretend to be whatever the hell these people think you are. That
Karina,
sucks.
this is time to start pounding your shoe on the table.
What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak?
You're on stage, lady. Do what people on stage do.
Assertive,
dance, monkey,
with a
dance.
strong sense of presence, one who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
God, this is the quickest Joker arc I've ever seen.
Like a switch.
I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
Just fucking turn that
It seems
shit
that you would all
on.
see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
The god of fucking improv. Let's go.
Now then, let us
Karina's
be
had a real long
reintroduced.
day.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Ah.
Ad break.
Hey, you know, being sweet and nice and all these other things. Yeah, don't do that thing.
That's how you fuck shit up. Don't do that.
Tell me, guys, have you ever seen a movie called Perfect Blue?
No.
Hey, the other Archon comes down like a dragon. Demands tributes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Perfect Blue is a good example of what we're about to experience right now. Where, like, the second anyone tries to be honest, genuine, and sincere in any sort of capacity in an entertainment-focused environment, they get chewed up because people are assholes.
And that's when the male moms start.
Listen, Perfect Blue is not based on the fucking Bjork killer. On the Bjork stalker, rather. The only person who died in that case was himself, I think. Is it you or the last two Archons just drew the short end of the stick? Yeah, I'd argue Furina had it worse, though.
Yeah.
Well, how is it? 500 years of needing to keep up the charade of competence and divinity? Or 500 years of being dismissed because the people are aware that you are not the previous god? Both really suck, but which is worse?
Both. Yeah, the not great situation either way.
I would probably argue that Furina had it worse, if only because she was not actually a god with any sort of capability. And she just had to deal with the constant stress of existence for 500 years. While the little radish girl, she was locked away in a corner for God knows how long.
Yeah.
But she's still very much a god and is still capable of doing lots of great
god
things.
in her cloister is more comfortable than a human on the stage.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did you pull that one from?
It's behind the mask, you see.
Shut up.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Was that Shakespeare? Guy who has only ever seen Shakespeare plays.
Is that Shakespeare?
Getting a lot of Shakespeare vibes from this.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and
getting
restore
a
my
Was Shakespeare the Dark Souls of...
I'm going to kill you. Summon courage, resolutely, with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed
This too
away.
is the struggle of Beans Woman.
I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Appear earnest. Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
I'm telling you guys, the anxious childhood into theater kid pipeline is real.
So long as I,
in the span of 10 minutes.
stand within the opera epiclese, so long as I stand before the
500 years
oratrix,
ago.
I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Did she witness Conria? No, I wager Furina was made at the very, very just aftermath of the destruction of Conria.
Probably.
Conveniently, this means she doesn't know shit that could be helpful to us. Scene 3, Opera House, Furina. Look at this tiny ass bed! By the way, worth noting is that before she could only walk, but now she's actually capable of running.
Yeah.
Symbolism, everyone.
Also, she's got stuff to do, so she's a busy little gal.
Lady Farina,
Look at her
here
go.
are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
By the way, she is lucky as hell Neuvillette was here.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
Yeah, that rings a little more bitter now.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Oh no.
You remembered me.
What's wrong, Cliff?
And you knew of my family, too.
I smell tragedy in the water.
He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
You know what this is? This is the fucking Hokage paradox.
Oh
Who
god,
the
don't
fuck
say
would
that.
ever want the mantle when all this is the shit you do
Lady
all day for
Farina,
being the strongest person
here
in the
are the latest
continent?
hydrological reports.
Uh.
As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
You've had that question as a part of world building? Yeah, it's a fundamental flaw.
Well, as I understand it,
Uh.
the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Lacon, I could answer that, but that'll take a while, and I'll probably have to do it after this whole sequence.
Yeah.
Finally over.
I do have other things to do with my day other than Genshin Impact, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're trying to cook this up.
But it's good to
It's
see
not
that
a huge
everything's
rush, but
getting
you know,
on
I
track. There are
don't
no
have time
longer
for
any
huge
voices
40-minute
of
long
suspicion.
expeditions.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Her bed looks mad comfy, though.
There's only one pillow on it.
Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest.
Is that supposed to be a problem?
Tomorrow's a new day.
Yes.
I sleep
I'm
with
waiting
one
for this
pillow.
to end. I'm watching this. I'm enjoying this. What? I'm not waiting for this to end.
Scene 4, Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are
All
the
I
new
found
trial
out is that
reports for the
Wild
latest
sleeps
cases,
deprived.
as well as a summary of the follow-up.
You fucking think? You ever heard me in streams? I'm fucking tired as shit.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
You gotta remember, like, not even 2 years ago, I was sleeping on the fucking floor using my fucking blanket as my mattress.
Lady Farina.
Yeah, mood.
Waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
The Groundhog Day starts.
Oh no.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
I mean, things are proceeding, and that's the problem, arguably.
Don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5, Opera House, Furina.
Once more into the breach, Farina.
Uh-oh.
See a pattern.
Oh no. Scene 182,375, Opera House, Furina.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Oh god.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
It's been a while.
Are you crying?
Oh, Jesus.
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
She's about to lose
Just
it!
an expression of pain.
Everything's fine.
Let me ask you guys, when was the last time you had a really good, nice, and honest fucking just bawling into the fucking pillow?
Tuesday.
So lonely. Just
I had a good cry a month ago.
It's Furine over.
It's Furine over.
hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
I think it's
Also,
more than okay to cry into your pillow, because, like, even when you're not sad, fuck, sometimes you just gotta let it out, man. Before that shit becomes a problem.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Make it an emote? Oh, I am tempted to get a Furina emote, but I already have Vicala,
Furina
it's so
over.
over emote.
No, no.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago.
This is not just disassociation. This is advanced disassociation.
You ever have a dissociative episode so strong you separate into two separate beings?
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not
It's over, Furina. I've depicted you as a Wojak and myself as a Chad.
I have conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this.
Yeah, no, just wish you could just like fucking tap out.
It's useful for work, I'll tell you.
Please,
Yeah.
me. You have to succeed.
It's all fun and games until you're the guy who's supposed to keep track of the nuclear button.
Luckily, I'm not planning to get myself into that role anytime soon.
Scene 182,376. Opera House, Furina, and Rugal.
Also, yes, if you count the days, that is a little more than 500
You don't
years.
have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh, hey, I know that guy.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
You can hear the voice now.
That's my voice? That's fucking weird. Is this scene from when we
Yeah.
were inside that giant magic box?
This is weird.
This is great.
Hold up. We can see the exact moment where Furina's heart breaks.
I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share.
We finally get to see what she was gonna say.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Which means I can be privy to forbidden knowledge.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show
Are you
on a
ready
stage,
for the biggest
then you're
revelation
just
of all
a
time? Clip.
spectator, aren't you?
I sure am.
If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Now, the question is it gonna kick me in the dick, or is it gonna be something plainly obvious?
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
The biggest revelation is that she was
All
gonna
you
stick
need
with
to
it till
do,
the end.
dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
She wasn't gonna tell you jack shit.
Is that really the revelation, though? Like...
Fine.
Well, time to get trolled, idiot.
Fine.
Know what this is.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth?
As she
You've
said,
never
that
once
was her
let her
last
in on the
chance.
full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
The thing is...
Yeah, the revelation is there's no revelation. Furina fucking just chose to fucking stick it out till the fucking end.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
Yeah, that's moving.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
And the other half being that someone's still gotta fucking die.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Yeah, Farina doesn't know
Farina,
anything.
she's never known shit. There was nothing she could have said other than what I assumed it was, is that it was just I'm not actually the Archon, is what I assumed she was considering saying. That's all I thought it was.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
I'm right. I was right.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Now tell me about the part I was wrong on.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
The con was to eventually put Farina on the spot, which would draw Focalor out, and because it would officially deliver the death sentence to the Hydro Archon. Hey, wait a second, that sword isn't... that shit isn't gonna kill her, is it?
Oh,
it's an executioner's sword.
And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you
As
think
Locom
I
points
would be
out,
the sword
it
to
is
enjoy
a
peaceful
sword hanging
repose
above the throne.
while Farina
Yeah, it's the sword
suffered?
of Damocles.
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
This is the fucking... the Acme counterpart of the Sword of Damocles. They fucking drop it on you like a fucking amble.
I have spent 500 years
to be
powering this guillotine
to enact this death sentence.
I made this fucking guillotine so strong it could fucking decapitate me. Let's go.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored
fucking
within
Acme
the
anvil in the world.
Citizens of Fontaine, can I have some indemnitium? Only a swordful creates comically oversized sword.
But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking
Oh man,
through
she's
the
not just killing
institution
herself.
that is
She's
the
reducing the 7 to the 6, motherfucker. Let's go.
So the Oratrice's
Yes, she's not. She's not killing Farina. She's not killing Focalor. She is killing the Hydro Archon.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent,
Dude, we're gonna need all this info.
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to
King
return the
Focalor would be
authority
very
of the
easy.
Hydro Archon to the
This
Hydro
one
Dragon
less
of
so.
this planet.
And that's pretty fucking noble, because as I understand it, for Ruby, you can provide further context, but as I understand it, in the world of Genshin, the authority of the world originally belonged to all of the dragons. but they were
Yes.
relegated to basically being the keepers of the Archons once those Archons were instituted into the world.
Correct.
But Focalors didn't like that, so she's like, fuck these guys.
I'm gonna give it back.
I'm gonna give it back.
Two birds with one stone, because she's not content with the way things are, and also the prophecy states that the Hydro Archon must die.
Justice. It's justice.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Justice beyond the heavenly
Ancient
principles.
dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this
Prophecy
is the
applies
face
to
you
the
make.
Hydro Archon. So,
Have you ever been so just you destroy justice as a being because it's not just?
Archons are not natural in this world, Archon. This was established when we met Zhongli, because we found out that fucking Celestia put Archons in place.
Yeah, there was a whole fucking thing about, oh, Jesus Christ, what the hell are these things? They rule the world now? Okay, I guess. We're gonna not contest that, because if we do, it will probably destroy reality as we know it.
All you've done
Let's
throughout
continue.
the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
The most fitting end for her is that we actually see her getting crushed by the sword and, like, fucking flattened like an actual Looney Tunes.
Oh.
There is no poetry in your soul.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
Does this mean Dvalin is the real god of Mondstadt? Yes.
The original, at least.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring
The
that
word
Fontaine's
real isn't
people
quite right,
shall live
because no,
on.
Venti is also
That
equally a god.
should be the justice
It's just that
enthroned
it
over all
is stolen
others.
power.
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
How the fuck do you explain this to the average Fontanian?
You
Udex
don't.
Neuvillette,
You just
the
don't.
highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Udex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Yeah, the whole dynamic between Fiorina and Neuvillette being the competent one was a deliberate design to basically prepare him for his role as becoming the one and only god of Fontaine again.
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
Is that about right?
In the beginning, I was
Basically, she
uninterested in
played
human
everyone
existence.
like a damn
But
fiddle.
these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors.
Her ploy with him was to make him develop a sense of empathy.
Things being as they are.
So that he could be a more just
Surely
ruler.
you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I appreciate your self-restraint.
I'm trying to let the scene speak for itself. Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wished we could.
I, Eudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven. Water comes in.
What the fuck? I'm sorry. Ruby, you have the stream muted?
Yeah.
The reason I started laughing is because, like, in between the cutscene, Nervalette starts saying, "Water comes in many."
the idle stance.
The dragons are previous to the heavenly
The death
principles.
sentence been carried out?
Yes, yes. Heavenly principles that were set in place by Celestia.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just
Even
happened.
in times like these, Nervalette's a true Hydro homie.
Oh man, like I just realized everyone else besides me and Nervalette are just like, okay,
Yeah.
what? What?
Yeah, it's been like 10
But
seconds.
since
What
we're all
are
still
you people
alive and
talking
haven't
about?
been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was
Meanwhile,
good
we
for
were
us.
in the fucking Karina dimension for an hour.
Also, where's Nervalette?
It's time to end
Oh,
this.
he's back.
There.
We
Cool.
must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
And he
Now
is
I can.
fucking pissed.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler.
Oh, you,
Now
also
that the
you,
oratories
as
can no
the
longer
traveler,
function,
knows
I
nothing about
require
what just
an
happened.
executor to help me mete out justice.
You just saw Farina's side.
Yeah, I get it. You mean me?
The root of the calamities
No, you
befalling
killed
Fontaine.
Kill the
The
whale?
beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
It's Narwhal quip. You
Does
gotta
this
kill it.
mean Nervalette is the most powerful playable character in all of Genshin?
Yes, canonically, yes. He is the most
Canonically,
complete. At the
he's
very
not
least.
even as powerful as.
I wouldn't say it's a
Like,
trip, but you know, Narwhal's
right?
kind of a fucking whale, man. It's Macross 7.
Raiden
Kill.
Shogun was technically the most powerful up to this point. I don't know how much more powerful a completed, a restored elemental dragon is.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
Kill it. Good luck, Quip.
Done my best to separate.
I'm gonna fucking die, aren't I?
I cannot reach the power source.
But where the hell's
Have a
Child?
healer, it's fine.
We can find a way to attack it from within.
Somewhere.
I shall spare a cause of the ancient dragon's power. We shall return home together.
You're doing damage.
Yeah, okay. Buddy, guy.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
This arena is perfectly normal, and I'm not thinking of any of the places that it could be.
Yes.
Is this a Honkai location?
No. Yes.
No. This place is not the Honkai location. This is the Primordial Sea.
Nah. Oh, wait.
Shadows of dissipate.
Quip. Yuma, attack.
Damn it!
Attack. You did it. Good.
Chance will present itself.
Our bond is strong.
Ah!
Yuma or Wicia, attack. There you go. You got it. You
There
did
we
it.
go. We did it. Ah! 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 What the hell is this?
Now welcome to a Honkai location.
What the fuck?
The visitor from the other side of the Sea of Stars.
Is this a Honkai song? Everything's suddenly dubsteppy. This sounds like a Honkai song. Is it a Honkai song?
Not directly.
I have granted you my
Ooh, it feels it though.
Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress
Cannon fight! Cannon fight!
Ladies and gentlemen who have been to the Quantum Sea before, pop off.
Silence!
Mods being this man.
Wait.
Let me scribe. Decided by destiny. Stand with me. I'll settle this. By royal decree.
Settle down.
I see your theory, Paradox, but I will pose. Tartaglia needs a nap.
Yeah, I think he's out, yeah. I think he's fucking long.
What? What? Mona? What
back
the
out.
fuck was that? Wait, the whale's just dead?
Yeah.
The whale was crying because it was infected with Honkai.
That's not right. That doesn't look right. That's not Hydro.
Bro, why did you just use Void Magic? Oh, you didn't use Void... That's Child's Master, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Get the fuck out of here,
She's
Child.
very
Fuck
purple. She's very, very purple.
you. It's almost like she uses Abyss Magic.
Yeah, let's
for
go with
helping
that.
with the
That
cleanup.
works.
Should have been my job, but oh well.
Does this mean she's a Honkai character?
It was just supposed to be a short.
There might be
private
other
training
words for what
session
you're
for me.
describing.
I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
What do you mean? Other word for what I'm describing? What word? Abyss? Void?
Oh, actually, I had
I
a
would
feeling
say
it
the
would
right
happen
word
at
would
some
be
point,
quantum.
But they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder.
I suppose I'll have to
It
swing
is
my
not a
sword
Honkai
3 million
character, but
times as penance.
Zan, I would like you to look at this design and look at this fucking circa 2020 Valkyrie battlesuit.
She's an alternate costume for a Honkai character?
No.
He does
No, she's
remind me a
not
little
littered.
bit of Durandal's suits.
Yes.
Oh.
But she is
And that
clearly not
hairpiece
against.
is indicating Shariak lineage.
She is clearly not a Genshin design, is what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You can
Your
tell because
master's
she's
pet?
color-coded for purple instead of any of the other characters.
Who are you exactly?
What do you mean fucking color code for purple? Official?
Wrong purple.
Wrong purple.
Paimon has an idea.
Oh, light purple as in
Earlier, she must be Child's
beyond the realm.
Skirk, right?
Quantum purple, what? Explain that to me as someone who only touched Genshin. Only played Genshin, who dis?
Okay, there is a specific orange, and there's a specific purple, and I think there's now a specific pink.
Yes. There is a specific shade of purple, a specific shade of beige, and a specific shade of pink that indicate powers beyond standard comprehension.
Outside of this world.
And
Yeah.
I assume this color scheme nonsense has been established not just in Genshin, but in Honkai as well. Not necessarily through Honkai characters, but just...
Yes.
Okay.
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand,
This is a pretty big
managed
thing
to
to be
defeat
dropping
the
4 years into a
all-devouring
game's
narwhal
lifespan.
without using
as well.
power from beyond this world.
Her name is Skirk.
Yep.
So you may
We
speak
managed
to
to
me as
defeat the
equals.
narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree.
Don't worry
It's a
about it.
strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The
Just
only thing
think-
that creature has going for it is its looks.
All this plotline is going to be resolved in a crossover fighting game between Honkai 3rd, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, and whatever the new one is.
Oh, I can tell you for a
it
fact they're
fails
never
as a
going to fucking connect these ever again. Because that would be a nightmare for fucking anyone coming in without being an obsessive lore nerd. What they're going to do is they're going to keep doing shit like this, where people who know, and people who don't know don't have to worry about it.
The point?
Or so you would assume.
The point being...
No, I know, because that would be fucking writing suicide.
It could happen to you.
So what sort of person is your master?
The only time Genshin and Honkai have ever crossed over with this was a shitpost crossover event, where Theresa was wearing fucking Please outfit.
Ruby, listen to me. Is not every fighting game a shitpost crossover event?
Oh, right. So you don't know him.
I'm thinking, hold on,
Sorry,
I got
assumed you
something.
did. His name is Sir
It's right there.
Sertologi, huh? As in Surtur and Loki, yeah. Or Sertologi's actually just a name for Surtur, I'm pretty sure.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
Tatsunoko
How
versus
should I
Capcom was
describe
not a
him
shitpost.
Tatsunoko versus Capcom is
Have
the
you heard
mother
of
of
the
all
name
shitposts.
The Foul?
No, it's so shitpost that it wraps back around to being the only clean one. It is pure of intent. You will take TVC incredibly seriously.
Yeah, just let me use Zero and fucking Gold Lightan.
I'm partial to Tech Command Blade.
Also, the Foul.
The Foul?
Yeah.
Still nothing? Well...
Nope, we got nothing,
how
lady.
about the Visionary? Vetterfilnir, then? Or...
You may know
Gold
some of these
Lighter?
if you've been doing Genshin events. However, if you're a new player, these names are completely meaningless to you. Yay, time limit events!
I think the Visionary sounds familiar.
The Visionary is familiar because Mona mentioned it like 10 minutes ago.
She's Albedo's mom, right?
Wait.
Oh, even though you didn't do that event, Paimon's just bring it up for you.
No, it's because I have Albedo. Wait, do I?
You didn't do his quest.
Oh, shit, you're right.
No, I guess Paimon's just bring it
So
up
you do know that
forcefully,
name.
even if you didn't do that
To be
event, because
honest,
it's just
I
like,
also heard all
yeah,
of those
fuck
names
it,
and
sure,
titles from
just
my
explain
master.
it.
I don't actually know them either.
Look, guys, it's Granhatia, that character from the Crystal Tower.
Exactly,
But I
that's
suppose you
exactly
understand
what's
how
going
it
on.
is. My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindotter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Child got so good at fighting because he fucking played dailies from Honkai 3rd every fucking day.
The all-devouring
from
Narwhal
childhood.
used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
As I understand it, Honkai's a lot less friendly in terms of gameplay, right?
As such, the Fontaine back on the surface
It is
has
a
most
character
likely
action
been thrown
game
into
with
chaos.
all of the fucking ups and downs that genre shift brings.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Child was born to sword trick guards or royal guards, dark side. But forced to play fucking Genshin. There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
That's a fucking morbid euphemism.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh!
Only then
This went poorly.
will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Unfortunately, the Rizzler had his Noah's Ark ready for this, right? Right?
In case you forgot, Nervalette did a thing.
Yeah, he also was like, it's okay, guys. You're no longer Oceanids. You can just swim. Which he could now do because he got his dragon power back.
Yeah, also remember you can't drown in Fontaine anyway. That's simply not possible.
Yeah, and the water is breathable.
What it means for Sumeru is don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a second, didn't they just push up all the fucking water over there?
Don't worry about whatever happens down in Sumeru.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue.
This is my favorite scene from Waterworld. I do not think that is the best course of action.
They're not grabbing them. They're not grabbing them.
Still, the mere act of plunging them down, if someone was down there, they're fucking dead.
Oh yeah, being on the head. Sumeru is just underwater right now.
Now, to be fair, there was a whole fucking lot of desert in between Fontaine and Sumeru.
Realistically speaking, they probably will justify it. It's just it went up to where the reservoir stops. Outside Sumeru, yeah.
At worst, the desert of Sumeru is going to experience some, what the fuck happened? Why is it mud?
So it's mud country now.
The wettest day in Fontaine.
average UK Tuesday.
Prophecy was wrong.
Finally, the Eremites have drinkable water. Damn it, Mona! Divinate!
Did Mona voice line play?
Yes.
God.
Nah, luck on Leeway's probably fine. There's a shit ton of mountains.
Renewed.
Yeah, no, that leeway will be fine.
Post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to
Anyway,
meet with
Aya,
Miss
you can leave now, because that's the last you'll see of Farina till next week.
Ursula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia.
Till next week?
Hope is like seeing a small
Yeah,
cookie when you're
she's got a
standing
character
late at
quest to
night.
do.
You just need a little of it.
You didn't think you were off the hook, right?
Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher Val, but
Value
you know it's
recedes
called
into the
second.
sea.
And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow!
We may have an answer.
Barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots in the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Using the media to, manipulate the general populace, huh?
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable.
So I don't have an
good for a good
actual
cause.
answer for you, Lock-On, but I think it may have been coincidence.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The media is helping. The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Hyman's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times?
Also, I'm not so sure
Oh,
that
this time will be
Snezhnaya is
different.
going to be too upset that
Let's
one
head
of
to
the
Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things
thrones
you'll only know when you
of
get there.
the Divine Principles just kind of exploded.
But then again, Celestia also has kind of been in the fucking pits ever since Conria blown up. So maybe we don't have to worry about that just yet.
How would they figure out the truth of that? Nobody. Furina didn't even know the truth about Furina.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Where is it?
What are you looking for?
Let me check. Is that a new boss fight? Is that a new weekly?
No, you haven't finished the quest.
Is it going to be a new weekly?
Yes, yes it is. It is the weekly for Farina, in fact.
Son of a bitch!
Okay, there's a difference between I've got really good spies and I have an intelligence apparatus outside of this universe.
Yeah.
Navia!
Oh, hey, it's you. Generic for Tui Monk. Mook. Sorry.
Oh, it's you.
Equal levels to
What brings
disdain.
you all here?
If Focalors managed to fool the fucking collective council of gods that rules over this world,
myself on how
what
things are
fucking
going
hope
here.
does Snezhnaya have to get
Oh, the
intel on
Fatui are
that?
here too.
And now they can just trick Furina.
Let me introduce you.
Well, now what
This
what
is
value
Mr.
does she
Gavin
have?
Snezhovich.
It's not
He
even
represented the
Hydroarchon
Knave
anymore.
in sending us a
That's
large
not a
amount of
real name.
supplies, and is helping with our work.
Snezhovich? Sneznaya? Really?
Our
You've
residents are
you've
hard
met
at work as
multiple
well.
NPCs
Thanks
named
to everyone,
Snezovich at
work
this
is
point.
progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
You might as well call this man John Fontaine.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
This feels weird.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's
He's
not charity
down bad.
we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
Just remember, guy, you're the NPC, and I'm the one who rolled her 3 times.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
You might have C6, Charlotte. There ain't enough money in the world, pal.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So
That's
she's here in
C6, Charlotte.
Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
I'm going to Itachi grab you.
There's too much to
It's
consider
not
in the
that hard.
reconstruction
She's
of
the
Poisson.
banner character.
The Spina has need of more decision makers. And,
She's a fucking
well,
4-star.
I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Till she
You know,
sees
about how
six?
you felt before the
Is that a
duel.
line?
About what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there.
That might. It's close to a bar. It's getting there.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
That button is putting in a lot of work.
I see
That
where the
button
scene is always.
represents
Couldn't you do me a
the
favor for Navia's sake?
perseverance of Fontaine.
Yeah.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better
The
than
strongest
wasting time
duelist
persuading
in
Cloran,
Fontaine
at any
also
rate.
has the strongest tailor.
Nerville holding back the primordial sea like.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
The particles are still floating in the picture.
Cameras are mysterious things.
Not bad. Your addition really helped
It
the
means
composition of the
Paimon
picture.
is luminescent, is
All
what
right,
that
hang
means.
on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte takes a few more pictures of Poisson to the clicking. Whatever.
All
Fuck it, I
right,
can't
that
read.
should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so
Good.
let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarend.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Well, you witnessed one apocalypse and you start to believe in anything.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
It's like there's only 6 people running this fucking country.
That's a very
There are.
complete information
The
sheet.
rest are
You know the
bureaucrats.
key holders.
The rest
My-
are bureaucrats, and as we know, those aren't people.
God, that dude's fucking jaw is a perfect stop sign.
Hexagon.
The power of Shneznaya.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette
The
asked
genes
me
are
was,
strong.
when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
Truly,
It's a fucking...
a
it's
jaw
an
rival to
ad break,
Habsburg.
but you continue.
Yeah.
I gotta
told
go
him that
soon.
it was best not to
We're
speak too soon.
winding down. It's okay.
There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
I'll leave it to Zan to finish up the big thing at the end of every Genshin patch.
Alright.
You're right.
Everyone around
I've gotta
him
treasure
has like
every moment I have with
triangular
them.
shaped
In which
chins,
case, I'll be
jaws,
making a move first.
and then here he is with this perfect hexagon.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything
He's got a chin that
interesting.
could drive nails.
I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Alright, let's go talk to the Rizzler. I don't know why I've decided to just call him that. It's the fucking brainworms.
Wow.
There may not be a god or a Buddha, but there is a Monsieur Neverlet.
Looks like you've been missing it.
But he is a god.
No, he's a dragon. It's a step up. Remember, this is from China.
Yeah, technically it's an upgrade.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
How do you pronounce his name, chat?
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Die.
I trust you recall.
Worcester.
Wrigley.
Wrigley gum.
All right then, this way.
Ridden Shogun.
Oh god.
What?
You need to be stopped.
Waffle.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all
They
the
look
photos
like
we
they're
need.
getting mug shots.
I mean, they are in jail.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Woomy.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
That's what those fucking characters in Splatoon say, isn't it?
Sir, please don't say
Yes.
things like that.
Woomy.
I've never played Splatoon in my life.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
I bet you played a lot of Splatoon, didn't you, Ruby?
No, I just...
I know what you
This
are.
is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very
Someone who
thankful for the
likes
Steambird
Squid
for...
Games?
Squid Game?
Squid?
Now, I
Give
might
me a
not look it,
second
but
to like
I actually
think
did
of a
meet
good
Mr.
way to
Edwards.
end that.
And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting
Swim
with you
for
more.
it.
You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
This is that 6-hour stream brain rot.
The boat that brought about a miracle.
oh,
The ark that
man.
saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Almost like a Noah, huh?
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this
Thanks.
couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Oh, right, that's a thing, isn't it?
Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here.
They just want to get on with their lives.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah,
Drink the
Sijui.
Luffy juice.
Please
Drink
don't
it
phrase
up.
it like that.
Drink it.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you,
Siege
take
wine.
some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sijwain, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Yes, my favorite Genshin characters, Rossley and Siegewine.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place
Come
is
on,
still
you're
more
telling
or
me you
less
don't
the
want a glass of siege wine?
No.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
Wonderful.
Why does Jurio sound like he's doing his best Mr. Plinkett impression? What the fuck?
same. That's why I decided to let the interview
Sounds
go
like
through.
he's got a
We should
mousetrap
direct
on
more
his
public
side.
opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You talk with the Rizzler for a while and share some news
I
from
see.
above ground with him.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger,
Rizzler.
I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over.
Oh shit! Where is he?
Child is still knocked the fuck out.
I'll tell them that there's good
No,
news
wait, that's
and
right.
bad
He
news.
got yeeted.
The good
He's
being that
fine.
their
Yeah,
boss
no,
seems
he was
fine.
thrown like a rag
Bad
doll
being
into
that they
the
must
fucking
face extended
Sea of
sentences for
Quanta.
abetting his escape.
Her master looked at him for the first time in, like, I guess a decade at least, and just went, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, actually,
Not only did she throw him,
things gonna change for you too.
Showed up.
I have.
Pocket
Not only did she fucking
What
she
change
did not
can there
just
be?
throw him, she threw
The
him
fortress
into
will
the
keep
most
chugging along, and
hostile
so will my
location
duties.
outside of this reality.
As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our
Like,
laws
Child's
and
not
governments
even
will
on
be
the same fucking
transformed,
planet as you
we'll leave
anymore,
those
just
to
so
the
we're
folks in the
clear.
overworld.
I'm just for interrupting my private training session. I am sending you to Genshin, Brazil.
Child's in the fucking.
You
he's
are
lost
going
in
to the
snow.
memorial arena. No!
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
You are banished to Red Lotus.
In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
How fucked up would it be if you were playing one of your Honkai games and Child just showed up like, hey?
He just crashes into
I
the
mean,
ceiling.
I couldn't imagine what it'd be like to have Honkai characters showing. I mean, Genshin characters show up in Honkai. Isn't that right, Fischl?
Write a story about the underwater factory next time.
Huh?
Until then.
Yeah, Fischl is one. Fischl is a character in Honkai, and not only is she a character in Honkai, she has been one of the best lightning characters in Honkai for like 3 years.
But is it this Fischl, or is it some kind of imaginary?
It is Fischl.
That's a complicated question, but yes, it's Fischl.
Like I was gonna say, like canonically, is Fischl just not in this plane of existence right now?
There was a period of time where she was canonically preoccupied for reasons unknown.
Alright, Mona, I promise I won't fail this jump.
Lie to yourself if you must.
Did it.
He pulled the cord a little bit early, but I'll allow it. Yeah, that is correct, Neko. Imaginary doesn't mean imaginary.
Yes, it's lowercase.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working
Alright.
together.
I gotta take my leave. You all have fun with the ending.
Have a good one, Ruby.
Thanks for sticking around, Ruby.
Kindly help scoop Quip's brain off the floors once he finishes the final conversation.
Oh no.
Traveler, Paimon.
Please.
And Miss
How bad
Charlotte,
can it
too.
be? I played fucking Radical Dreamers the other night. That shit fucking blew my mind.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Don't fucking look at me.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Femine, you're discovering what it is like being the
Write
truck
down my
friend.
address.
Only since it's Fontaine, you're the dive friend.
He's the submarine, dude.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him. Dive suit him. No? Alright, cool.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was
just a
planning
little
to
bit.
first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
I'm not a fan of Femine's haircut. There's something about it that just seems cut at the wrong places.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone
It was
the
clearly
moment she
cut with a
realized I
bowl.
had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright. How about you?
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
God damn it, not again.
A diplomatic gift?
Wait for it, wait for it.
Did he swerve her?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Uh-huh.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that.
Oh, I'm wondering, like, wouldn't the gnosis be completely useless now that the...
I'm really hoping that he just frickin' finessed Nesnaya.
Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies. That's fucking weird. Although I think it'd be more accurate to say whale buddy.
That's true.
We
had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Wait, I know that voice. The fuck?
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance.
Yeah, by chance,
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. I really prefer that Child does just fucking keep killing himself using his delusion.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
This has got to be, like, the most important day of Charlotte's career.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
Or because he stuffed something in it already?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later.
That's a
so
very
we'll get
broad
going now.
question,
Have a good
Lock-On.
day, you two.
What do I think overall about the story of Genshin? I can actually answer that. Broadly speaking, as I mentioned before, I believe Genshin has a strong theme about the passage of time and what that entails. Thus far, every region has touched on that theme in some way or another, which I already described, where, like, with Mondstadt, you have Venti leaving the fate of Mondstadt in the hands of its people, which is also what Zhongli does by faking his death. Although, now with what Fossilor's done, that seems a little quaint in comparison, huh? But
She apparently is quite the drama queen.
more importantly, there's Raiden Shogun and her literal embodiment of eternity and what that implies, and how she's supposed to reconcile that with the way the world is changing and how people have a desire to change. And Sumeru also has this thing where the problem is that everyone's so focused on how great the previous god was that even after she's died, they don't see the potential of the new god that was left behind. And now here we have this, where it's like, it's defying what was literally set in stone in the past, and believing in the change for the better in the future, in the form of being able to have Neuvillette come to see and empathize with the people he governs over. I think it's neat, broadly speaking. Although, also broadly speaking, I think Genshin's writing can be kind of okay most of the time. I think a thing to consider with Genshin's story on the whole is that people take in the themes, which I believe to be compelling at the best of times, and kind of conflate that with the actual quality of the writing individually. Which I think is kind of just a dangerous way to interpret media. Because that leads to pushing up okay works up on a pedestal that it shouldn't be. Because then you have people going, that's not that great of writing. And that detracts from its actual value as an alright, acceptable piece of media. It's not trash, it's not shit, but if people elevate it beyond what it really is, then it just kind of like, I think it's an enjoyable experience, but I don't think it's a fucking life-changing experience, if you get what I mean.
It is really important to divorce the quality of a story and the quality of the writing within, because there are some really cool ideas that were really poorly written, and vice versa.
Like, one of my peeves is people who go, "Oh, this is the fucking worst thing of all time. This is a piece of shit." When it's like, there have been worse things released within the same month, right? Oomphy, 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 oomphy. Sorry, but it also works on the other side, where it's like, people overhype things. It's okay to be excited about a piece of fiction. It's fine. It's your hobby. It's your choice to enjoy something, but like, I think on the whole that can have bad consequences for a lot of people. Not just the people who read a piece of media, but the people who work on it. But it values the standards of something. Genshin should be appreciated for a lot of things. Artwork. I think it's probably its most stellar piece. Music is also very understated, but is really, really good. I don't talk about it all that much, but it's very pleasant to listen to Genshin music. I wouldn't fucking listen to it like on my way to work or anything. But it accentuates the individual moments of a scene, or when you're just doing a very basic thing in gameplay, even though I mostly play Genshin muted when I'm doing my daily, shut up. But there are things about Genshin Impact that elevate it as a game, but I wouldn't say it's the writing. Although I will say, everything about Furina, very solid, very nice. It's unfortunately trapped in this fucking gacha game. The dialogue can be a little fucking weird.
Really?
I'm getting really weirded out about this whole, we have two options that are not multiple options anymore.
Yeah, the fucking dialogue choice, that's just a fucking black mark. That's like, why even have that? You're not like, even, it's not even a choice of dialogue. It's just, oh, this is the first half of the sentence, this is the second half of the sentence. That's stupid. That's wasting my time. Even though it's just an individual little fucking click, it is wasting my time collectively as it adds up.
It's not even the lip service of picking which one you want to hear first, or hear a little blurb leading into the same thing.
I was just reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
You being busy and all.
Like, I think Granblue does it fine. Where it's like, if you say one thing, it will affect the thing they say afterwards. But, like, it will eventually just go right back into, this is the scene.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
And you can't say it's a fucking voice acting budget thing, because Granblue scenes are all voice acted, with very few exceptions.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it
maybe it's an animation budget thing? I don't know. Neuvillette sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Fauchelevent deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Fauchelevent destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
That's another, what I would consider kind of questionable decision. I wouldn't call it a black mark, but I would consider it a questionable decision on Genshin's behalf, where it's wishy-washy about when it decides to use the Traveler's voice. Neuvillette Avatar cosplay? Oh, I am not fucking making myself Neuvillette's outfit. I can barely make myself a basic-ass outfit. This is shit. What you were saying?
So this is a black mark on my taste, but I was going to talk about VA.
For me,
Destiny 2 made the best use of protagonist VA in recent history. Like, the only time you got dialogue was a wham line going into Forsaken. You suddenly had a reason to say something. You've only had a single line in the entire series with like 160 hours of gameplay. And there you go.
There's also Drakengard.
Sure.
Sorry, to explain for anyone who doesn't know, in Drakengard, you start out playing a character who has a voice, but as part of a pact with the dragon that empowers you and prevents you from dying, you give up your voice. So you become a silent protagonist, where the dragon speaks on your behalf, essentially. Kind of expresses himself with things other than words. He sure is an expressive guy, isn't he? Me, when I slaughter hundreds of my enemies.
You feel his emotions.
Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial seed, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Okay, that's what I thought happened. I was gonna speculate and say, like, did Nervalet just use his authority over primordial water to just stop them from turning into
put the
oceanids?
blood in the Fontanians.
He basically just authorized them. That's all he did.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Like, again, like, what the hell is this? Come on. If you're not gonna make the travelers speak with spoken dialogue, don't insult me with this. Just let it be a sentence. I can accept it in some way that it's just like speech bubble thought in my head. I don't know. I don't care. Just don't give me the illusion of choice when it's like not even an illusion. You could say that it was at this moment that Fontanians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the
So there is another possibility I haven't even got to. This might be an artifact of the localization.
How do you mean?
There might have been full dialogue for both of the options, but the difference in the complexity of language means that you don't have room for it.
Like hell you don't have room for it. This game fucking is 80 gigabytes. Come on!
I'm saying in the text box. You got 2 lines.
I don't know. That still feels like something that they should have found a way to resolve in some other way. Might be a cursed
problem.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Might be a cursed problem, but it's like... Then again, that in itself is a criticism.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, boy. We're here, huh?
Here you go.
It's their fault for making your protagonist communicate only through Twitter. I'm going to ratio you. About the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Oh, so this literally was his fault.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
Look, he didn't do it on purpose, but it was his fault. It just so happened that he fell into the situation that caused this.
As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question.
Props to Child, though. Like, Damn, fighting that fucking whale for a month straight, that would drive me insane.
Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Exposition snack.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom.
Oh
but instead
my
a form of ritual.
God, please don't. Shut up! I don't want to hear more about this!
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
I did not need to hear Paimon asking a dragon how babies are made.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
But now I know, I guess. Anyway.
We found you in the fountain.
So that means now, you know what? No, I'm not even gonna fucking ask. Fuck it. About
what are you
Fontaine's
talking
future.
about? What are you talking about, Logon? Of course they did. It's part of the drama.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
Oh, like... Is her character quest gonna be us, like, breaking into her fucking room and going, "Hey, Farina, guess what? Today's the day you're gonna stop being depressed, whether you fucking like it or not, lady."
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike an
Irina,
ordinary
I am your
person.
friend. Do not resist.
Farina, you mind if I use you as a surfboard?
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro
Don't put
Archon,
Farina in the teapot.
she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Okay, Alexa, play Days by Flo.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
And at least this way, it's going to be actual divine authority.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Man, I do not envy Villette with this fucking job.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has
What are you
brought about
talking
another
about?
problem,
He's happy as
which
a
is that the
clam.
Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Too bad, Villette. I'm taking you with me. We got business in Sumeru.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
All right, here's the question I'm anticipating the most. About Fontaine's Gnosis.
Here we go.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, The two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
What?
It's literally, I don't care. It's a trinket.
Oh, okay.
I bless him if Shneznaya comes back with that Gnosis and goes, yeah, I'm going after you, Nervalet, and he's gonna go, K, and whop them with the full power
Bite
of
and
an
blast.
elemental dragon.
Bite and blast times 100. Anyway, about the next stop of my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Is that the fire country?
I'm afraid
Yes.
that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Oh, great.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you.
Oh, is this going to be the drop?
The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's to be expected.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
It's almost like they're contractually obligated to have their foot in every country.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
What's that it? Alright. I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about Gnosis.
Ah, there it is.
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Oh boy, what could you possibly share with me?
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh, hi Skirk. What a stupid name, I'm sorry. Oh no. It's loading a whole ass other cutscene.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
Okay.
I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what the what do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
Also, third.
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not,
the third
I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender. She mentioned one of them. For me, this information means two things. I'm the fourth descender. Wait, one, that the Gnosis are related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died?
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
But if I'm the fourth...
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Why don't you come and find out, big boy?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Wait, my sister doesn't count as a descender, right?
Well, when you think about it, functionally speaking, since you pick a character, she would be the fourth descender. So functionally, you would both have to be the fourth?
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
Basically, either we both count as the fourth descender, or only I count as the fourth and she doesn't count as anything.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would
Like,
be
ultimately,
the mystery of a god's
if the
will.
third is a separate character that was before you or your sister, then that answers your question there. Either you're both the fourth, or you're fourth and fifth, or you're fourth and she doesn't count.
So...
I mean, that sounds like a full set, but all of the relevant ones are eliminated.
The first Descenders... You'll have to be patient with me since it's been a while since I thought about this, but the first Descenders are the... If I'm not misunderstanding, they're the Heavenly Principles, right?
That sounds close. Like, my lore is rusty when it gets to that.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
The second is not the dragons. The dragons are endemic to the world. The reason I say I believe correctly, the Heavenly Principles are the first Descenders is because they are the forces that came to the planet and deliberately usurped all of the dragons. Chapter 4, Act 5 complete. Masquerade of the Guilty. Woo! And with that, we are done with Fontaine. We no longer have to be in France ever again.
Third Descender.
Oh. This is one of your live streams. Not even fucking close, buddy. Even if you don't count my 24-hour stream, which I would, I've had streams go as long as 13 hours in the past. Granted, this is longer than usual for me these days, but... Alright, let's see. Where's the dungeon? Where's that stupid fucking whale? I want to punch its fucking throat. Yeah, this is a fun. Emperor of Fire and Iron? No, that's just a regular weekly. Not even a weekly, that's a... Fuck! Oh, wait, is that you? No. Shit. Where is this stupid fucking whale? That? No, I just clicked that shit. I'm stupid. Have an anger for that whale? It's a fucking whale. I must... White whale, holy grail. There it is.
I'm beginning to think, based on this how do I say this? Maybe the hostile reaction the Traveler got on arriving was entirely deserved?
White whale! Oh, would you look at that, it's child. You know, something about these names seems a bit off. Are we the baddies? No. Moby Dick isn't a metaphor about anything. It's just a book about a guy hunting down a fucking whale. What elements do we take in this fucking thing? Fuck it. Ball.
I mean,
I know
we've
writers who
seen what
use
the Heavenly
subtext and they're all
Principles have been up to.
cowards. Something about
even
this
the
picture
nice
seems
ones
off.
are jerks.
Oh, okay. I have no idea. I've never seen this composition before, so we're gonna wing it. I sure hope they're not relying on me.
What? You know, you took the hyper carry.
Bow your head.
Oh shit.
Be sanctified.
Everybody stand back!
Whee!
Settle down.
Oh, wait. Shit. I still need to get the hang of using him. I haven't actually used him that often. Oh, wait. What?
We'll see about that.
Bow your head.
Oh, here come that boy. Mishmash of a boy band with one girl? We call that a team. Oh shit, I'm gonna die!
Not oversight on my part.
Ooh!
Bow your head.
Everybody
Fuck, I fucked up my job!
let's light it up!
Silence.
Let's light it up! Dare to mess with me?
Oh, here we are. Oh, we're back to fighting the whale.
Bow your head. Be sanctified.
It's so nice just being able to fucking laser beam this fucking whale to death. Whee! That was fun.
A whale of a time.
What the hell is this? Oh boy, more content for me to farm weekly. And truly, the power of the Bite Blast is the most powerful. Alright, thanks guys. Back to my world. My sad, miserable, incomplete world. Oh, read the description for that. That's right, there's lore. Don't you guys love your lore?
Oh, you got a black hole in your pocket.
Tears among the stars. A drop of water obtained from within the colossal beast who coveted the primordial sea of life. A philosopher in the faraway ancient world once posited that where there is life, there is death. Naturally, where there is death, there is life. If not, then the fleeting light cannot resist the eternal darkness, and all withers into nothingness at the end of time. The rules among the stars dictate that nature must be conserved, but the laws of the universe have never been conserved. In a sealed box, destruction always overpowers new life. Millennia upon millennia of prosperity are but an instant in a span of billions of years. The greatest of achievements, the proudest accomplishments, in time all will tarnish, decay, dissipate, and ultimately fade into oblivion. Thus, there are things floating in among the stars, once adorned with countless prestigious titles from innumerable civilizations, shedding tears for their ordained demise. Their tears stream down out of desperation, out of hope, because all desperation and hope alike will be utterly extinguished along with the innumerable stars. Their tears stream down out of sorrow, out of joy, because both will eventually scatter into the cold, dark, endless void. Every tiny yet beautiful silhouette and every moment worth remembering will fade with time, even stars. And then there are these so-called gods that are determined to save everything worth saving, and devour everything that should be devoured. Until the end of time, until the sea of stars recess into nothing but dying embers, until a newborn world moves for the first time in the stomach of the whale. There will be no more sins, no more sadness, and no more tears, because everything died with the ancient stars. That goes hard, man.
Jeez, kids, lighten up.
I feel like I just fucking read an entire chapter of a book. Alright, so where does that leave me? That's the battle pass.
Yeah, you gotta pull.
We gotta pull. But we will do our next attempt of Furina next week. You know, once I've gathered up enough primitives. God, please help me.
It's okay. It's okay, Wild. A lot of people won't get Furina.
I cannot allow that to be me. Not me, man.
You're built different.
My dedication to her is built different. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't roll her.
I can think of a few things.
Just go completely insane. Finally submit to my Joker arc. Let's see.
I was gonna say buy Prima Gems, but...
Okay, there are lines I will cross, but not that fucking line.
I will do anything for Furina.
Pretty much.
But I won't do that.
So what now, I wonder?
I didn't even remember that Toki was on a banner.
That who?
Oh, we're talking about other failures. I didn't get Hunyak, and my day was ruined.
That couldn't be me. All right,
Worst part is I rolled the other 6-star. Back in cage, Ruby.
Why are you here, Ruby? Nothing. Ugh, disgusting.
I mean, if you are logging in every day.
Yeah, I guess so. Do I want to stream some? Do I want to host someone right now? Damn, no one is playing the games I usually watch.
Pick a VTuber and rate it.
All right, fuck it. We'll stream Callie because she has 10K followers. Look at her. Good for her. FOMO is for nerds. Oh, thanks for the follow, man. All right, so thank you everyone for watching. If you're new to the stream, my socials are right there on the top left. Otherwise, you can join my Discord by typing !Discord in the chat. The bot will post the invite link, and you can join straight from there. But until then, tomorrow I'll be streaming either Parasite Eve or Radical Dreamers. Probably going to be Radical Dreamers, but you'll get the most real-time updates from me in Discord. Until then, please have yourselves a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever it is you are, whenever it is you are. And I'm sending you all over to Callie now. Be nice, take care, be chill, and it's been a great time all. Bye. What a fucking day, man.